He goes, he did say that. Is this true? The clip is authentic. Hasan Piker said nearly identical lines. Immigrants gonna your sisters or your daughters. We're the shorter white race bitch in an early Twitch stream. Okay, in an early Twitch stream from 2018 with matching visuals, his younger appearance and close-up zoom style. Fan archives that resurfaced at frame. But it turns out my queen, my champion, Ilhan Omar, was on Caitlin Collins on CNN. And the question that she asked her was, do you view Hasan as a good campaign surrogate for Democrats? Now, I don't know what she said. I have no idea. I didn't even realize. But that's where we're going to first start. We're going to start off here on our journey.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of that, one person who had faced questions on that is Francesca Hong in Wisconsin. Can I ask you on another part of this, Congresswoman, and I hope you can still hear me, one powerful voice that has been a big topic of conversation is the left-wing streamer Hasan Piker. He's someone that you've campaigned alongside with.
Damn, look, see, no introduction that says anti-Semitic, not even controversial, just says left-wing streamer. That's it. That's right.
He put out a video backing your re-election today. There are moderate Democrats who have criticized Abdul El-Sayed for appearing on the campaign.
There's something so funny about, by the way, moderate Democrats getting mad at Ilhan Omar for campaigning with me. At that point, they have to figure out who do they hate more. You know what I mean? Like who do the moderate Democrats hate more, me or Ilhan Omar? I don't know. Because this one, no, Caitlin Collins doesn't hate me. No, I've met her. I've had conversations with her in the past. Like she's chill. But it is funny to think, like, in my mind, who would a moderate Democrat, if there was an opportunity to like take out me or Ilhan Omar, I don't know if moderate Democrats would be able to choose between the two. They try to hit both buttons. Dr. Abdul said, hey, I've worked in public health and I'd like to discuss the inequities in our healthcare system. CNN reporter, is Hasan Piker like your best friend or your second best friend? It is a very McCarthy-style interview, though. CNN anchor, are you now or have you ever been an associate of the known communist and sympathizer Hasan Piker? Do you disavow Hasan Piker and his known communist and terroristic ways? That's a great tweet. That's funny. When Jesse Waters defended you on the first rally with
Michigan
Abdul.
Senate candidate Abdul El-Sayed inviting Hasan Piker to a rally yesterday, refusing to condemn any of Piker's pathetic beliefs.
It's funny that nothing has changed. Let the radical Mao-loving communist Hasan Piker speak so long as he can resist the urge to call for his political opponents. Universities do this to TPUSA often and blame some admin error, etc. It's wrong. Let him speak. Let conservatives speak peacefully. I mean, it doesn't even... Like, Andrew Colvett has no motion. It doesn't even matter. He's just covering his bases because he realizes so many Republicans have been, like, excited at the prospect of me getting canceled, at my speech getting canceled at UW. You are more of a threat to them because you can mix with white America. They don't have to other... No, I thought I could. Why don't they just hand Piker suitcases full of cash? Only the terminally online would know who he was if CNN didn't cover him like it's a world war. This is I also see from people, and I find it very strange. Like, people are like speculating, oh, this is gangbusters for him. I bet he's loving it. It's like, no, I'm not. Okay. I promise you, like, I put on a strong face, right? But no, it's not great to be consistently called a terrorist, an anti-Semite. Now they're saying I'm anti-black, I'm a woman hater, like all of this stuff. They're literally on the one hand saying I'm too woke, and also on the other hand, without even stopping to revel in the irony, saying that I'm fucking anti-woke. And it's crazy because I get none of the benefits. Imagine if I was this centrist guy who is, too woke for the anti-wokes and too against woke for the wokes. I would probably be able to find myself in this weird centrist Goldilocks zone, right? Nope. You're only experiencing a pinky of what our Queen Britney had to endure. I agree. It's true. Free Britney. Free me. Free you. So you're a centrist then? No, man, I'm not a centrist. Anyway, let's see. So Caitlin Collins asks Ilhan Omar, do you think he's a good campaign surrogate? Let's see what she had to say.
Trail with him. What's your view of that criticism?
I mean, people, in a free country, people can have opinions about people who campaign with candidates. I certainly had my own criticisms of folks who campaigned folks that were on the top of the ticket for us in 2024. Ultimately, we all put our heads down, try to get to voters, have the conversations that are necessary, because we're not able to have any kind of the changes that we want until we win. And so everybody's trying to do the best that they can to try to get their message out and campaign with whoever that they think can help them do that. Sometimes not everybody's going to agree the kind of messenger that you use, but it's ultimately the decisions that campaigns have to make. I know those decisions are not easy every single time, but they are decisions that are necessary in order for you to figure out what your coalition looks like.
Do you view Hasan Piker as a good campaign surrogate for Democrats?
Well, I don't know about all Democrats, but certainly for those of us who represent younger demographics, he does have a certain reach. When I was on his podcast, when he was in my district doing Metro Search, and, you know, he will be, I think, back here in Minnesota. People who oftentimes are not tuned in, people who have lost hope in the electoral process, are starting to pay attention and are tuning in. And we see a lot more volunteers coming out to our campaign headquarters because they hear Hasan say it's important for you to get involved. And even though they might have not voted in a couple of election cycles, they are paying attention now. And in a primary, when people just know about November elections, it is important to have as many messengers as possible.
Yep. Notice how Caitlin Collins doesn't push back as much compared to someone like Dana Bash or Tapper. Yeah, I mean, because she's just asking the question on whether or not I am an adequate campaign surrogate and why, because this is a way to inform the audience. This is a way to inform the CNN audience to be like, why are these politicians still like actively seeking out? Why are politicians actively seeking out like my surrogacy, I guess, if you want to call it that? And like, there's a reason for it. And like, of course, if it wasn't successful, if it wasn't helpful, they don't owe me anything. Why the fuck would they invite me? It doesn't even help me anyway. But yeah, Caitlin Collins is doing the right thing. This is like, asking a regular question without trying to set up like a gotcha. It's framed as a serious question. It's framed as a cutting question, but it's not like a gotcha to follow up and be like, well, don't you feel like you're a hater of all Jewish people? Don't you feel like you want to put all Jewish people in prison if you have found a centrist Dems reaction?
Losing? No, vote for us. Oh. Hi there, I'm somebody everybody wants to vote for. Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out! I hate you!
Whoa.
I hate you! I hate you! Leave! 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 Leave!
I was just trying to make things more affordable for people.
What? It's what they want. I'm doing what the people want. I don't understand.
But the people want it. If we give it to them, they'll vote. Okay, all right, okay, dude, I'm leaving.
Don't you say those words around here! Don't you ever say those
I'm
words!
still gonna run,
Don't you
though.
ever
I'm
say
probably
that.
gonna win.
Don't
It's
you
a lot
ever-
easier if we work together. All right, I'm leaving.
Why are we always losing? Nobody else.
Yeah, they hate victory. I can't believe they got Center for American Progress headquarters. They got a camera in there. Turning Point USA got paid for doing what you did and didn't get all the pylon you're receiving. Yeah, that's precisely the reason why. That is precisely the reason why everyone is coming after me. The fuck do you mean? That's the whole point. Because Turning Point USA was a paid operation and it was a part of the Republican Party. I'm not. Contrary to what people who want to present themselves as like more radical than me try to actively claim in an effort to, boost their profile, I guess. Contrary to that, I'm not affiliated with the Democratic Party. You know what I mean? I'm not a part of the establishment. I'm not like, I do this on my own. This is self-funded. This operation is entirely self-funded by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Your voluntary contributions in the form of a Twitch Prime, which is free. A $6 a month subscription is what keeps this going. I spend my own money when I'm flying around. I don't get paid by campaigns. We also end up fundraising for campaigns as well. Many of you go out and take time out of your busy schedules to go and door knock and phone bank for candidates. So I think that's the real threat. The real threat is that most people in the media and most people that do this kind of stuff, they do it for money. And if you do it for money, you're controllable. If you do it for money, you'll do it for anybody, right? You won't do it just for people that you trust. You won't do it just for people that you have faith in. You'll do it for anybody who pays you. And that's the norm. There's never been a situation where you have an ideologue. There's never been a situation where you've had someone who actually believes in the shit that they're saying, who's mobilizing people who also believe in that same cause and is willing to throw their weight around. Do you understand? Visvim Vandal. Goddamn. We got fashion heads in here too. Shout out Visvim Vandal. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy that the GOP convention is going to target 3 figures, right? And it's like 2 of these guys are running to bring back the Senate majority to the Democrats. And then the other guy is me. I find that very strange. I find that pretty insane, right? I'm not running for anything. I have no intention to run for anything. But I guess it's all right because, like I said, I can tank it. I can sit here and eat it all day. I have been for years, and I'm drawing all the aggro. I'm drawing all the aggro away from other wonderful candidates that are all around the country. Instead of yelling at their tweets from 2018, they just talk about, my comments, my jokes, my memes, and my very sincere moments as well. And it is very strange. It is a very strange thing that they're doing, and I don't think it's going to work. I just wish that I had a little bit more support from the institutional side of the liberal Democratic Party. This is the next clip that's going to be spread. Yeah, I saw. Elon Musk was highlighting it. This is so funny to me. They're literally taking shit. They're taking shit and like, this is something that was peak, right? The Great Replacement. This is me making a joke about the Great Replacement and making fun of people who believe in it sincerely. But nowadays, because people are much more insane on the timeline, they're now like, oh no, he's like revealing his plan, right? So it's funny. On the one hand, the same Republicans are saying, I'm actually, promoting the Great Replacement. I'm saying like white genocide is real and happening and it's good. On the other hand, they're saying I'm anti-black. And it's usually the same accounts. It's usually the same accounts. Now, this one came, I believe, from Rape Tone, generational rapist Tone. I assume it's like probably DGG or someone that gave him the clip, because I don't think he went back and found a clip from 2018 that's like cut this way, But yeah, Elon Musk is, the preeminent cuck fetishist. He responded to it. So old Hasan clip resurfaces, Rape Tone. We want more immigrants to come into your countries, and they're going to fuck your sisters and then your daughters. We're going to destroy the white race, bitch. And it's so funny. They're like, why can't this guy get banned? It's like, well, first of all, that's not how this works. Okay. Perhaps Elon is more mad about this than others, despite the fact that he himself is an immigrant, but a white one, because this hits close to home for him. I've done nothing of the sort, for the record, but he might think otherwise. You know what I mean? I think they're starting to view you as brown, not white or black, hence why you hate both races. Yeah. On the one hand, they say I'm anti-white. On the other, they say I'm anti-black. And it's the same account saying it. Yeah, Elon Musk, why does Twitch have this double standard? To which I responded with, because I'm making fun of dumbasses like you who think the white genocide is real here and it's not a real concept, whereas Asmongold demanded border police shoot and kill children, which is a real thing that's going on. Oh Lord, Hasan is being turned into Indian. Yeah, but the Muslim kind. The clip originated from the stalker account, Diddy Dan's second day account. It's even more obvious you're joking in the full clip. Yeah, this is the 54-second long OG version of it. This is a clip from Hasan Plans the Destruction of the White Race. That's the title of it. It's from 8 years ago. Okay, this is a clip from 8 years ago. I'm doing the zoom in. Anytime, Asmongold gets banned or anytime someone gets banned, they always go back and they're like, well, what can we find about Hasan? It's always the but Hasan equation, right? So, Hutch is giving you tips. If Hasan actually cared about the movement he's trying to foster, you would text every candidate you appear with, tell them to fully toss him under the bus. It would help them win elections. Wow, thank you, Hutch. That's really good advice, man. That's really good advice. I like that Jose and all of these guys are not even like remotely subtle about this, where they just like search. They search like anything they can to be like, well, Republicans are going to use this clip against him. And it's like, bitch, you're doing it. Like, it's not Republicans, it's you. It's originating from you. It's not originating from the Republicans. You're the one who's actively trying to find clips so that Republicans can use them because you don't care about anything. You don't care about Democrats winning at all. You've just completely lost your damn mind. You're like singularly focused. It's Hasan derangement syndrome. No, it's not Jose from YouTube. This is another one. This is another fucking liberals that has lost their dang minds. Like, yeah, and it almost always originates from this fucking dipshit. Always. And their entire goal now, it's so funny. They don't care about Abdul winning at all. They openly say they don't care about Abdul winning. They just want Abdul al-Sayed to come out and be like, I disavow Hasan. So they think that they can get a fucking W there. This is the difference. They think about eliminating who they perceive to be an op online. I care about this movement. I care about getting people elected that are going to improve people's lives. That is the problem. They will never understand this. These people will never understand this. They don't have any goals at all. They're simple mercenaries. And for some, it's just about exercising their own personal grievance. For Rape Tone, who is a right-winger, who, you know, in his own personal court case, openly admitted that he was grifting to the right because he wanted to make money. He straight up had a court case, a civil domestic violence court case where he received a restraining order from his partner who he had sexually assaulted, who he was like stalking and harassing, right? This is the guy. That's the guy, Rape Tone. He lost that court case. He can't have firearms for 10 years in the state of Texas. That's how significant this penalty is, right? All you care about is Islam, not American values, says Dabot. Can you present to me what you perceive as like caring about Islam and not American values? Because I assume in your mind, like Islam is this backwards conservative religion, right? Like that's how you perceive it. Who do you think is closer to that cartoonish depiction of Islam in the United States of America? Someone who is pro-LGBTQ unconditionally, someone who wants to give everybody health care, someone who is a feminist, or, again, who's closer to that cartoonish depiction of Islam? Someone who is a white evangelical Protestant who wants to, you know, throw women in jail for getting abortions, want women to stay in the fucking kitchen. They never are able to respond to this. Like they'll say with Ilhan Omar, they'll be like, Ilhan Omar, it's a religion of hate. Look, it's a religion of hate. Buddy, are you talking about evangelical Protestantism or are you talking about Islam? The question is, people have a very personal way of practicing their faith. I just think everyone should be able to do it as long as it doesn't impede on other people's freedoms, right? That's my assumption. That's my assessment. That's what I believe in. I don't care what you believe in, you know? It's fine. As long as it doesn't harm others, it's great. But anyway, getting back to the story, this is the new viral hit, right, from yesterday on Elon Musk's neo-Nazi website. 10-second clip. Let's take a look at that first. It comes from Rape Tone, ironically enough, who is a literal, you know, court-anointed rapist. Just remember that.
Keep bringing in immigrants into this country on purpose, just so they can fuck your sister, and then maybe even your daughter. We're gonna destroy the white race, bitch. That's what we're here to do.
So that's a clip from 8 years ago. You can tell from my fucking voice. Let's take a look at the full clip.
We're gonna keep bringing in immigrants into this country on purpose, just so they can fuck your sister, and then maybe even your daughter in the future. We're gonna destroy the white race, bitch. That's what we're here to do. Does that scare you, dog? Are you afraid? You should be afraid. You should be very afraid. Because the immigrants, they're coming. And you know what? They can actually dance to a beat. Unlike your fucking mayo ass. Okay? Irresistible. Irresistible. They will charm the pants off of your mom. They will charm the pants off of your sister. It's over, dude. It's a fucking wrap, dude.
So once again, it's obviously the dancing bit is how I know it's a joke. Come on, dude. It's not a real concept. White genocide is fake. It's not real. The Great Replacement is obviously not a real thing. Okay? It's not. What these guys oppose is miscegenation because they're white supremacists. There's no way to, like, whiteness is purity, is genetic purity politics. And the only way to create genetic purity is if you make it illegal for people to consensually engage in the act of miscegenation. There was a time and place in this country where it was illegal. We had anti-miscegenation laws. We've moved past that point, but these guys want to roll the clock back. That's it. And that's precisely what I'm joking about here, where I'm saying, like, yeah, really? You think white genocide is real? You think the Great Replacement is coming? Yep, that's right. We're deliberately coming to the country and dancing with our salsa hips. You know what's even funnier? Rape Tone's ex is Mexican. Yeah. This clip offends me, but it's due to the cringe level. I mean, it's fine. I think it's still less cringe than believing in the Great Replacement. But it's really funny because this is currently a meta on TikTok. All these like crazy white supremacist content creators will go up to immigrants or like brown people in Europe and the UK and stuff, and they'll rage bait them in the same way. So I was 8 years ahead of the game, baby. It is very funny that they're looking at this and be like, terrifying. This is fucking terrifying, dude. What the hell? For the olds, make sure you say trend and not meta. For the olds and the young, this is what I gotta say.
Legalize comedy.
Okay. Oh, is that funny? Oh, that's funny to you? Well, in my worldview, I think all immigrants are raping white people. Like, then it's not so funny for me. It's like, okay, well, that's your problem. Like, you're a psycho. What do you mean? The fuck? You know what I mean? Kind of feels like that's a you issue, you know? It's true, and thanks for clarifying that. But I guess people will see it and be like, wow, that's it. He admitted his secret goal or something. I don't fucking know. It's kind of wild. Was your voice really that high pitched? It's a different mic. But I also wonder if my voice has gotten more the Epstein clip complex is supplying Republican smear campaigns to try and hate on you. It's fine. I still think it's going to backfire. You want to know why? Because at the end of the day, the truth is the truth, right? At the end of the day, these are the same concepts that I've been fighting for years, for decades. And for every 10 people that look at this and go, oh my God, how dare he say this? There's going to be 5 that go, you know what? I'm going to check this guy out to see what he's about. And then when you come in here, you realize very quickly what I'm about. And you realize that these fucking clips are totally insane. Like, you're a hyper reactionary, at which point you probably won't like me, right? I think part of it is also like, if the America Deserve 9/11 clip didn't take you down, these are small fry. Yeah, I mean, it's just fucking bullshit. It's all bullshit, right? There's no saving you if you're hyper reactionary. Yeah, no, for sure. That's not entirely true. I work to, solve that problem. Fact checking 3 competitive Senate races. What is this? I've spent years hunting terrorists and bringing Osama bin Laden to justice. Never in a million years did I think I'd be running against someone who believes America deserved 9/11. Mr. Rogers issued an incendiary statement about his opponent, Dr. Abdul al-Sayed. The New York Times was unable to find an example of Sayed stating that he believes America deserved 9/11 attacks, and the Rogers campaign did not respond to questions. In the statement, Mr. Rogers also echoed a number of other attacks by Republicans that trafficked in anti-Muslim sentiment. There's no evidence that Dr. al-Sayed has said that America deserved 9/11. On the contrary, a Democratic nominee wrote in his 2020 book that the attack devastated me and called it craven. Mr. Rogers might have been referring to comments made and retracted by Hasan, a left-wing political commentator who supports Dr. al-Sayed's candidacy. Piker was reacting to a 2019 podcast interview featuring Representative Dan Crenshaw of Texas while discussing what motivated the September 11 attacks. Mr. Crenshaw expressed skepticism of the view that U.S. actions in the Middle East have been to blame and argued instead that a fundamentalist ideology had played a larger role. Mr. Piker, appearing on Twitch, a live stream platform, objected vehemently, said, "That's so insane." Those comments immediately incited controversy and led to a 1-week suspension on Twitch. Asked that month if he meant what he said, Mr. Piker responded, "No, obviously not," and then added that he'd been expressing frustration with Mr. Crenshaw's comments. Mr. Piker argued that his comments had been taken out of context and that he'd been voicing a not so uncommon view that foreign policy decisions had destabilized the Middle East and had a direct consequence in leading to September 11. "I know I was inappropriate," he said of his remarks. In an April interview on Fox News, Dr. al-Sayed addressed Mr. Piker's remarks saying, "Of course I don't think 9/11 was justified. Because you appear with somebody doesn't mean you agree with them on everything." That's actually a remarkable level of context. W New York Times is something that I did not think I would be saying. Wow. Truk. That's pretty cool. That's a very rare W from the New York Times. Yeah, credit to Linda. Respect, Linda. I said we totally did. We brought it upon ourselves. That was what the follow-up was. So even in that immediate moment, it's like pretty obvious what I was referencing. That's more context than even you've ever given in the clip in the near 6 years I watched you. Yeah, the New York Times got my back, I guess. Let's go. That's how you know I'm compromised. That's how you know I'm an op. That's how you know I've turned. I'm now a part of the Democratic Party machine. When the New York Times is no longer leaning into smears. My mother told me months ago she thinks you'll be assassinated. Okay, well, that's an insane thing to think and also, bring out here. That's a wild. Doesn't feel great to hear it. That's definitely. Thank you for sharing. I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, that's cool that the New York Times offered that context. And now you have context for this. If you see this clip outside in the world and people are blasting it, now you know. Now you know where it comes from. Okay? How do I download this clip? I don't even know how to fucking download clips. But yeah.
All of your cheek.
Is not insane at all. What are you guys? Shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus Christ. What the fuck's wrong with you? It's not insane at all. I fully expect you to be assassinated and I've been freaking out about it. I wish you'd take more security measures. What the fuck's wrong with you, man? Be fucking normal, dude. Keep that shit to your damn self, please. Holy fuck. God damn. Some of these are inside thoughts, okay? Wait. I didn't see the context. How can I see your explanation again? Easy. Just subscribe. Now motherfuckers are saying I'm being selfish. I need to beef up my security. You don't know what kind of security initiatives I have, okay? Why would I reveal what kind of security I have? Like, what is going on here, man? Can we just stop being so fucking for the love of Christ and all things holy, for the love of Allah, please? Just can we stop doing this? This is one of the problems with this medium. It's just like it's so interactive. Sometimes it's too interactive. You know what I mean? Motherfucker says stop being selfish and beef up your security. One, how is that selfish or not? Two, like I get it, you care about me, but you're being ridiculous. So please stop. Stop freaking out. We're gonna freaking me out. Anyway, can I start a petition for Friend Slot Fridays? It was so much fun. I loved Friend Slot Fridays. What happened? Does someone say he's going to get shot? Not someone. Many people. Many people are now sincerely talking about how it's an inevitability that I will get murdered, which is a crazy thing to fucking hear. Not a great thing to hear, okay? Not nice. Anyway, yeah. What was really funny about Elon Musk's response, by the way, and he's still going at it, is that he did say that. Is this true? The clip is authentic. Hasan Piker said nearly identical lines. Immigrants gonna fuck your sisters or your daughters. We're gonna destroy the white race bitch in an early Twitch stream. Okay, in an early Twitch stream from 2018 with matching visuals, his younger appearance and close-up zoom style. Fan archives that resurfaced that framed the exaggerated delivery as comedic hyperbole, satirizing great replacement fears, not a literal policy statement. No full original VOD is publicly available, and it's really funny because Elon, I guess, didn't fucking see what Grok was saying because Grok dunked on you, you fucking idiot. The whole point is I'm satirizing the great replacement fears as someone who grokked it and ChatGPT'd it, and Grok was the one who said it's a great satire, and that's what's going on. It's like, Elon, you made the Grok. Why don't you read it? But it is funny that they're going through my controversies over and over again. I have the VOD. erob221 mom. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's out there somewhere. I don't know why you're like, I have the VOD. I have the full context of the clip. I showed it. Debate Erob first. No, I will never debate him. His mental prowess puts fear in my heart. Okay? He will fucking destroy me. He will reveal that I am a charlatan. These conversations happening one after the other in the same exact spot.
This is descending into Lord of the Flies.
Ooh, who do you think Piggy is? Be so for real.
Ooh, Austin.
Austin. He's out. We'd murder him and eat him.
I think I would cannibalize Austin even if we were okay, We hadn't reached that point.
Yeah.
He would be popping off and be like, you know what? That's enough.
Someone pointed out that Hasan is more food.
Just quickly, Hasan, there's going to be a time when tough decisions have to be made in this game.
Okay, so we're killing off.
What? I'm right here.
All right, let's get across that bridge.
What are you talking about?
Tough decisions are going to have to be made.
Well, let's get rid of one of the women. I don't know why we would do that.
There's no place for misogyny around these parts, mister.
I'm not being misogynistic. I'm just saying one of the women we should, you know.
Oh, so women are dead weight. Huh?
No. I just think that I think that they would get rid of us. So we have to get rid of them first. Right?
What is this? It's funny because they were, apparently. This was really funny, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Jesus. What? Okay, I'm gonna kick this motherfucker.
Why did you do that?
Fuck you.
No!
Fuck you. Fuck you and fuck that music.
Austin, we needed that for the game.
Austin, we literally can't do the next challenge without it.
We can't get the next baby.
What?
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Can't you just did that, bro? You can't believe you did that. It's so funny. He just kicked it. He's just like, fuck this music. This makes me excited for my 30s. Okay. All right. Anyway, let's get back to real shit. Let's get back to the real world. Fox News will clip anything. Guys, this is not a real clip, by the way.
Oh, cutie. Come on.
Uppies.
That is controversial, and far-left streamer Hasan Piker, who has built a
I'm just gonna retweet it though. All right, I gotta pee.
Midterm elections.
Let's get to the Sky News. This clip did numbers.
Abdul is the left-wing poster boy chosen by Democrats to run for the Senate in Michigan. He's progressive, took on the party establishment and won. It reflects a Democratic Party divided, struggling for unity, struggling for a coherent message ahead of midterms and, of course, the presidential election in 2028. Donald Trump, he's calling this communism. He says he's happy with the result. Says that Abdul al-Sayed is full of it, although he used a stronger word than that. I put that to Abdul al-Sayed. I'm from Sky News in the UK. Nice to meet you. James Matthews. Right very, very quick, one question. Donald Trump says that Donald Trump seems to think you're a gift for the Republican Party. What do you say to that?
Good to meet you.
Abdul, Donald Trump seems to think you're a gift to the Republican Party. What do you say to that?
I'm a gift to the state of Michigan, God willing, and hope to win this election.
And he says, if you pardon the language, you're full of What do you say to that?
At least I don't let mine go in the middle of the Oval Office.
If he goes on to win the Senate race in November's midterm election...
God damn. He said the president dookie in his diapers, dude. God damn. I mean, that clip is going to do incredible numbers. Smooth. It's true. Look at the power move too. Look, the arm over the body. Look.
Good to meet you.
Abdul, Donald Trump seems to think you're a gift to the Republican Party. What do you say to that?
I'm a gift to the state of Michigan, God willing, and hope to win this election.
And he says, if you pardon the language, you're full of What do you say to that?
At least I don't let mine go in the middle of the Oval Office.
If he goes on to win the Senate race...
That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Dude, that he's quick with it. He's quick with it. I'm telling you right now, this is going to hit wine country like Hiroshima, okay? Enola Gay dropping a nuclear atom bomb. Wine moms that hear this are going to go, "Oh my God, I have never seen, why can't Democrats be like this?" This is going to slap the Midas Touch constituency in the face. This is going to be the real Will Smith slap heard around the world, okay? I'm telling you right now, everything down to like the power move, putting his arm around the reporter, like Midas Touch. Oh, it's of course 5 million views on this already. Just wait until the Donald Trump shit his pants in the White House clip. Like, for me, it's a little bit corny. It's fine. For us, it's a little bit corny, okay? But I'm telling you, for this clip uploaded on TikTok has 1.5 million views and 157,000 likes in 11 hours. God damn. Yeah, see, this is exactly how Dems need to respond to Trump's bullshit. Because, like, the reality of the matter is this. Everyone wants a Trump, okay? This is kind of, we're kind of finally seeing why Trump was so captivating for so many people. Because it really is a cult for Trump. It really is a cult for Trump. Trump was able to do stuff like this all the time, okay? Trump was able to do stuff like this all the time, and he paired it up with like a white supremacist narrative, with a white supremacist agenda that was obviously like very appealing to some of the worst qualities in people, right? And Trump was the first in some respects. There was Like there's decorum before Trump. There's a pre-Trump and post-Trump universe that we're in. And Democrats, it took them like 10 years to finally get to that point. Some of them were trying to do it in the last 2 years where they would say, or shit, or bitch, right? When they got mad. But that's not the point. The point is being quick on your feet, being witty, and flipping the narrative immediately back. America loves a bully, unfortunately. I don't think it's unfortunate. I'm a bully. I bully bullies. Why do you think so many people hate me? I have no time. If you are going to go after the weak, the marginalized, the vulnerable, I am going to be your enemy. I am going to bully you back. That's it. And someone like Donald Trump absolutely did that, right? Someone like Donald Trump was constantly putting the crosshairs on those who were less fortunate. Yeah, when they go low, take it to hell. I support this. Respectfully, being the bigger person has gotten us this shit. This is how all them should behave. Thank you. See? It's refreshing. It is refreshing. And it's also refreshing because this is a juxtaposition. Donald Trump is a television guy, a fail son, real estate guy, right? He's a reality TV guy. Abdul Sayed is a doctor, a Rhodes Scholar, someone who worked in public health. So that is catnip for a specific part of the Democratic Party's fedayeen. The fact that you have a Rhodes Scholar who went to Oxford, 2 degrees, who's worked in public health, who's been a public servant, turning around and just dropping that, it's great. I'm just glad that the person doing it is also a person whose policies I align with. You know what I mean? A person who I trust. He's buff, he's handsome, he's witty, and on top of that, he's got great policies. It's perfect. It's another Zoran moment, you know? It's another Zoran moment where I'm like, oh, thank God. Thank God we got some folks, you know? Thank God we got some people that can basically do what we have wanted for years. Because a lot of the this is also like a part of what Bernie was incapable of doing. Like Bernie is Bernie. He's straightforward. What you see is what you get. He's a bit of a curmudgeon. He's very stubborn. He's only advocated for the same things over and over again for 80 years, right? So he didn't have that, you know, television ready quality. And I guess part of that is because he was from a time before television, ironically enough, right? This on the other hand, absolutely brings into the fold the millennials, the Gen Xers, the wine moms, the people that are so goddamn sick and tired of Donald Trump's behavior, Donald Trump's violence, Donald Trump's corruption, his cruelty, someone who can actually take it back and slap him in the face with it. So yeah, I saw this early on, obviously, when I first linked up. I think many other Democrats are going to see this as well. Many other Democrats are going to start to recognize this as well. They're going to say, this is our guy, okay? This is our guy. He has all of the qualities of uniting different subsects of the base. For the bros, he works out. He also is no nonsense, right? For the low propensity voters who are anti-establishment voters, you know, the people who want to like shake things up, he's got the policies, he's got the vision. And for the regular Democrats, the ones that are the Democrats that vote for the mythical moderate, he's got the anti-Trump. He's got all the anti-Trump qualities. You know what I mean? Like he knows how to slap him back around. So yeah, I'm not very worried. But I will say this. For all of these centrist consultants, what did we see that you couldn't? Okay? What did we see? What did we all see in Abdul that you couldn't? Because if you were to ask me at any point in this campaign, I told you I was very confident about his chances, and I still am very confident about the general too. So if you're wrong all the time, and you're wrong professionally, at some point you got to eat humble pie. Is it the paychecks that you're getting that makes you blind to this person who's able to captivate a unique coalition of voters that is the secret sauce? Same with Zoran. You didn't see it with Zoran. You said Zoran's going to be a failure. You said Zoran is going to fail. He's too radical, you said. You said New York Jews will oppose Zoran. That he's anti-Semitic. He wasn't, but you said it nonetheless. And if you recall, And this Twitter user also recognized it. I said, what did I say over and over again in the primaries? I said, Abdul's holding back, okay? Because Abdul, in the primaries, was running against Haley Stevens. One, a white woman, and two, a Democrat. Abdul was holding back in the primaries. I kept telling you that. I said, listen, once we get to the general, you'll see a very different Abdul. You'll see him unleashed. Now we're in the general. And now he can take the training weights off. The gloves are off now. So yeah, it's going to get very exciting. But I hope this is maybe not for the consultants who are paid not to know any better, but I hope this is a lesson for the liberals, the remaining tiny constituency of liberals who spend a good deal of time on the internet, who get their notes from these consultants, and the wannabe consultants, the liberals who actually don't work with campaigns or candidacies at all, but simply behave like they're DNC consultants. I hope this is a learning moment for y'all. All right? Sometimes it's okay to trust the process. Sometimes it's okay to believe. Yeah, the Zoran analysis went from he has no chance in the capital of capitalism to, of course he won. New York City is communist overnight. It's hilarious that in the alternative universe of establishment Dems, they didn't lose twice to the weakest GOP candidate in history and only squeaked by in 2020 thanks to a once-in-a-century global pandemic that killed millions. Yeah, their fear. Dr. El-Sayed was paving a path for progressives to seize the party's presidential nomination in 2028 and then go on to lose the general election. This is why not only have I been confident about Abdul's chances from the start, but have also repeatedly mentioned to all of you, to anyone that will listen, the reality that they do not fear our failures. What they fear is our success, because our success will be so loud and so powerful that it will be heard all across the country, okay? They do not fear our failure, but our success. They are worrying about the fact that politics are changing, that old norms and old rules are being written over in front of their eyes. And they're terrified because the way that they made their money, for the longest time was by sticking to the same narrative, sticking to the same script. Pivot to the center, pivot to the center, pivot to the center. Don't offend the corporate overlords. Pivot to the center, right? Don't put people over money. Put money over people. They'll dump boatloads of money in front of you. They'll destroy you. They'll besmirch your reputation. They'll smear you. You won't be able to out-organize. You won't be able to organize money. Well, it turns out you can, okay? It turns out you can. So the first victory in the primaries from a campaign that was being outspent 12-1 was very significant. Now the real race is here.
America's first Muslim senator. He campaigned on universal health care, abolishing ICE immigration, taking big money out of politics. Israel, Gaza.
You can out-organize corporate PACs and foreign lobbyists. Not only we can, and we did. We did do that.
That was a big issue here. It splits Democrats between younger pro-Palestinians and the old Israel. It put a lot of money behind El-Sayed's rival, who was more centrist in her politics. There's a buzz around El-Sayed. There's no doubt about that. The party has taken a left turn. The Democrats' challenge is in deciding what party it wants to be.
After a bitter primary season in Michigan revealed divisions among Democrats, the party is attempting to show how unified it is as the midterms get closer, and it did it pretty fast. Michigan's Democratic Party held a unity rally last night to celebrate its statewide ticket, including U.S. Senate nominee Abdul.
Like, I've gotten this race right so far. We're wearing the same suit, by the way, which is kind of crazy. As a friend of the show, we didn't set the suit thing up on purpose like that. That's crazy. We're twinning. So yeah, Eugene HasanAbi, a friend of the show, certified HasanAbi friend of the show, Eugene. So what I was gonna say is this. So I was pretty on it from the start. I was very confident of Abdul's chance from the start because I knew he had the makings of a great campaign. He had the fundamentals, he had the charisma, he had it all. But I will admit, when I got to eat a little humble pie, when I got to eat crow, I will admit it because I call balls and strikes, and I'm always honest with you. How quickly the Democrats snap back into being a normal party that wants to maintain a Senate majority shocked me. It shocked me to my core. the fact that those endorsements came in, boom, 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 one after the other, immediately after it was established that Abdul was the winner of the primary, that made me happy. It made me happy. It didn't even take a day. Kirsten Gillibrand maxing out to Abdul. The Senate majority PAC, the Dem Senate majority PAC, immediately coming out with not one but two banger ads. Kamala endorsement. Haley Stevens immediately going out and stumping for Abdul. That actually shocked me. The reason why I say this is because I was looking at the way the consultants were talking about it, right? I was looking at the way the consultants were talking about it, the way that, Neera Tanden was talking about Abdul, the way that like all of the weirdos on Twitter still tried to take pot shots at Abdul, pot shots at me, to get at Abdul, leaning into Republican narratives. I thought that the party establishment would place more emphasis on delivering a message to ensure that they can maintain control over the narrative that like progressives can't win in swing states. I genuinely thought that level of cynicism would be demonstrated. I was wrong. Okay? So I'll admit it. Democrats, establishment Democrats, you have shocked me so far, because I actually thought that they would turn around and say, nope, we can't let this kind of populist sentiment prove resilient and successful in a state like Michigan, because it goes against the last 40 years of narrative building that we've leaned into. That's also part of the reason why I believe, that Abdul al-Sayed is going to surge and destroy Mike Rogers. The Democratic establishment putting their weight behind Abdul creates this unbelievably powerful force. This unbelievably powerful force that is an antidote to Trumpism. Okay? Because the reality of the matter is you still need the money. You still need the institutional backing. It's just a lot of people don't realize that. They think, oh, no, we can do it. We can do it our way. You can do it our way in the primaries, but you still need it. And especially, and what you don't need is your supposed allies, the Democrats coming after you aggressively, right? You don't need that. That's not good. That's not healthy. That made Zoran's chances far more difficult in the New York mayoral run, if you recall. I mean, Andrew Cuomo coming out with the rest of the centrist establishment Democrats and the entire weight of the Republican Party attacking Zoran Mamdani made that race far more difficult, okay? The dead enders. So I'm happy. I'm happy to see the establishment Democrats snap into action and do the right thing. Now, there are those who oppose it. There are those who oppose this. There are those like Third Way, like that Michael De La Rosa guy. There are those who are now continuing the grift and slowly but surely presenting themselves as opposition to the Democrats. Because once you win the primary and your general election is the only track to a Senate majority, and people come out against that candidate and even entertain Republican narratives, it's over. When they come in and start leaning into Republican narratives, it's over. You're an op. You're a fascist. You're a fascist collaborator. You're collaborating with the fascists. You are no different than the people who say they'll vote for the Republicans. And some of these guys are saying they'll vote for the Republican over Abdul anyway, which is completely unacceptable. Like, you can say a lot about me. You can say my lack of enthusiasm around Kamala Harris was what made it, was the reason why Kamala Harris lost, which is really weird because now they say I should stay the fuck away from campaigns. The very same people who said my endorsement for Kamala Harris, my lack of endorsement for Kamala Harris was make it or break it, are now turning around and saying my endorsement of all these other people is actually harmful. I don't know how that happened. And I don't know why they're saying this now. I wish Abdul and the candidates we help support would push back harder when media misrepresents you. They don't have to defend every take, but they should defend you against dishonest framing. I mean, look, there's an election going on. My expectation is not that a person running for office is going to know the context of every single clip or anything like that. The best thing from my perspective, the best thing that they can do, because I do need like some institutional aid, right? I do need it for sure. The best thing they can basically say is this: look, this is a medium that makes itself readily available. This is a medium that makes itself readily available to clips out of context. This person is a shock jock. You're not going to agree with everything he's saying, and I don't either. But at the end of the day, the Bernie answer was the best one, where it's like, look at the totality of what this person is advocating for and understand why he's popular. He's not popular because of the clips that you're presenting here. He's popular because he is pushing for the same message that we've been pushing for years and years. And he's been able to cultivate an audience of door knockers and activists and advocates, and many of which actually come from very unique backgrounds. You know, people who were formerly Republican, people who've never voted, people who never thought that they would vote for a candidate are now out there. Very young people in comparison to who normally participates in these primaries. They're out there and they're doing the work. And that work actually led to a candidate that they like that was outspent 12-1, winning against unbelievable odds. And that's it. That's it. That's the best possible thing. That's my expectation. You know, Glenn Greenwald went hard for Hasan. Jon Favreau suggested candidates should stay away from streamers. There's no way Jon Favreau said that. I mean, look at the duality. Look at the duality. Should have campaigned for Kamala. Talking about me. Hasan out of the AES campaign will help him win more than anything else. Always wrong. I'm going to clip both of those things. Jon Favreau said that. So you're taking all the hate and Abdul and Elon are DPS? Yeah. It's just very funny. It is very funny that it's the same people who were like, we want a Joe Rogan of the left. Hasan is the Joe Rogan of the left. And they were like, never mind. We don't want Hasan to be the Joe Rogan of the left. We'd not like that. It's the same people who were like, Hasan should have campaigned for Kamala Harris. Now they're like, don't campaign for candidates that you campaigned for, you know? Now let's talk about the Kamala Harris endorsement, because there are a lot of people who are mad. They're mad all the time, and they're mad about this too, okay? And what's interesting about it is that I don't think the Kamala Harris endorsement of Abdul El-Sayed or the Pete Buttigieg endorsement of Abdul El-Sayed is what you think it is. I had the same exact opinion on Barack Hussein Obama, appearance with Zohran Mamdani. I think things like that are not indicative of the moral impurity of the likes of Abdul El-Sayed, or they don't signal what you think it signals. For many, they see that and they go, "Oh, these guys are phony, and they're going to betray us. They're compromised." I don't think you realize. Law on black. Of course, we are mad living in an anti-black world. Wait, what? No, I'm not even talking about. No, this has nothing to do with black people. I'm talking about like the leftists. Like there are leftists out there who are like very anti-Kamala. I mean, I'm obviously very critical of Kamala myself, and they're saying like, well, Kamala Harris oversaw the genocide of the Palestinians alongside Joe Biden, and you're supposed to be this anti-Zionist. Like, why are you not applying BDS rules to Kamala Harris? And what's really interesting about this is I don't think people understand. It's the actual opposite. The fact that Kamala Harris is endorsing Abdul El-Sayed, one, favors Abdul El-Sayed for sure, especially in the demographics that Abdul underperformed in comparison to Haley Stevens. But it actually is a role reversal. At this point, it's a mutually beneficial situation, but it also signals that the environment has changed. The environment has shifted so radically that someone who was in the crosshairs of AIPAC is getting an endorsement from an AIPAC-backed former presidential candidate. The environment is the exact opposite of 2024. Things like this are going to continue happening, just so you understand. Lol, that's also not BDS. That's not a thing the movement is asking for. I know, I was jokingly saying, like, they're saying you should do a BDS on Kamala Harris. Yep, it shows that Abdul is setting the pace. It only makes sense to treat Abdul as a potential op if he changes his stances. Yeah. What is this? Damn, he's so good at this. It's such a shame he's wasting. Dude, stop. Dude, guys, no more of this person, please. I don't want to hear this person. I don't want to hear from the other, like the other people who are working for free for the DNC. Okay, people who do not have a job at the Center for American Progress. The only person you can link me is if they are actively a part of the consultant class and not simply LARPing as though they're working for Center for American Progress. Just Neera Tanden and maybe sometimes Shannon Watts. That's it. If you send me the other people who I will not name, I'm going to start banning you guys, because they're very clearly not all right, man. Like at a certain point, you got to realize, like you are unironic sending me links of a person who is mentally unwell. Like you're sending me links from a person that is experiencing a mental health episode, an long and extensive mental health episode. Okay? There are certain people I don't touch for that reason, where I'm just like, I don't want to tap the glass because I feel like it just only feeds into their mania. True, but so is Neera. Yes. But the difference between Neera and these other people is the reality that Neera Tanden works for the premier Democratic Party think tank. Neera Tanden is actually paid by these campaigns. Neera Tanden has worked on these campaigns. Like, this person should never be mentioned ever again. I don't think they're not all right. You guys are looping in random Twitter users thinking that they work with campaigns and candidacies. Like, these guys are in some respects just channeling the same frustrations that Neera Tanden is exhibiting, but they're not relevant figures at all, and it's very clear that they're also not, having a really easy time at it. So I don't think you should pay them any attention. Unless they're paid, unless they're mercenaries that are paid, we should shy away from, focusing on them. Okay. Neera Tanden, on the other hand, she's paid. This is her job. So she commands the attention of very powerful people and very powerful forces in the Democratic Party. Random teenagers on election Twitter do not. Edit your tweet, you're missing a word. No, I fucked it up. It's so funny that these people. Anyway, let's get back to the Michigan race now. What El-Sayed's win means for the Dems' battle against Trump's GOP.
Sayed and gubernatorial nominee Jocelyn Benson, both of them will be on the show. The current Michigan Secretary of State. They gave rousing messages to voters last night. Listen to this.
Who do you want Michigan's leaders to work for? The people or the powerful? Right? The people. Well, you all know who I'll work for. All of you and every Michigander in this state. Not the highest bidder, not corporate interests, not Donald Trump. You.
We fight for the families barely able to put their groceries in the cart and check out. We fight for the mom who's worried about the child care she needs to be able to work a job that barely pays enough. We fight for the folks who are afraid about what happens if they get sick. We fight for each other.
They will be here along with Congresswoman Haley Stevens, who lost to El-Sayed in the Senate primary. And a reminder, Michigan is just one of the battleground states that is key to the fight between Democrats and Republicans for the Senate majority. Alex Eisenstadt of Axios and Jessica Taylor of the Cook Political Report are back with us. Jessica, I think a lot of reporters and folks who care about this a lot and pay attention a lot, last year was kind of rolling my eyes at some Democrats who were saying the Senate was going to be in play, and including you, I think.
No, not me.
Okay, I didn't say it, so we were all wrong. But it seems like there's a real sense, not just among the Democrats, but actually the number crunchers, people like you and the folks at Cook Political Report, that there is something happening around the country. And I guess if you had to pull out a couple of themes that are you're seeing.
Europeans genuinely have an insanely neurotic level of race solidarity. They're willing to burn their entire continent and sacrifice themselves to prolong American/Western hegemony. Yeah, I don't get it. Because Western hegemony and American hegemony are two entirely separate things, because European hegemony is undermined every step of the way. America doesn't give a fuck about European interests. I guess the reality is, like, Americans have been able to successfully dupe European leadership into believing that, like, they have the same dog in the fight, or rather, European capitalists do have the same dog in the fight. They have been able to convince the European masses into believing that American interests and European interests are the same, one and the same. I think that's what it is, right? That makes the most sense. This is the consortium of international finance capitalists, petro-capitalists, capitalists from different nations that are, of course, single-handedly or single-mindedly in unison, representing their class interests. And one of the greatest ways that they can dupe their countrymen is to lean into, white supremacy, European supremacy and positioning America as the singular force that can defend white and European and Western hegemony, Western supremacy. Yeah. Frankly, insane story about how a Trump-linked American drilling company is setting up equipment in Greenland to make exploratory borehole despite being denied permission by the Greenlandic government. So much for sovereignty, I guess. Yep. This is just this came out this morning. Yeah. It's really interesting because it's obvious that American capital, and I guess European capital as well, doesn't necessarily care about the European citizens. But then again, American capital doesn't care about the American citizens either. And we still have plenty of proles and lumpen proles, of course, but plenty of proles nonetheless who don't recognize their class position and assume that American capital is still better than anything else.
Popping up when you guys are talking to voters and talking to the candidates, what are you hearing?
I mean, I think it all comes back to just costs, that people feel like everything is too high. And I think that Abdul, he talked about money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all.
Very truly incredible how Hasan can be wrong at every turn, like it's intentional. Yes, you're right. American hegemony has been unbelievably beneficial for Ireland. Just say what's wrong so we can have normal discourse instead of just complaining like this. What do you take issue with?
It really resonated with voters, especially about putting more money back in your pocket. I mean, Haley Stevens was not a great candidate on the stump. I think she struggled to get her message across. She did better at the end. But we have to remember that this was a very close primary, much closer than the polls showed. And so...
Yeah, it's a close primary. It doesn't mean anything. It's a close primary only because of the tremendous amounts of money that were spent. Okay, that's it. American cultural and institutional hegemony, particularly within the imperial peripheral core middle zone, is genuinely quite underwhelming and deadly. China is the only major country in the world that's basically vaccinated and inoculated from this because of the Great Firewall. Even countries like Russia have their chuds and reactionaries basically ape American culture war chud theatrics, like hatred of LGBTQ and whatnot. I mean, these are just powerful forces of tribalism that I think people in positions of power deploy, regardless, That's why there is this hog universality that I speak of, right? You got hogs. I mean, bro, you got hogs in Iran too, There's chuds everywhere. Chuds exist in every country. I don't think the Russian anti-LGBTQ policy is deployed as a byproduct of American supremacy or American hegemony. I think Russian anti-LGBTQ policies are deployed as a mechanism to control the population. It's just they have their own chuds. They have their own chuds that see the same benefit of destabilizing the masses, right? The European right follows what Americans say, as seen by how we import your culture war issues. They don't apply to us like affirmative action. I know. Bro, Japan. Remember when I went to the Japanese Communist Party headquarters and I was asking them about trans issues? And they were like, yeah, people have started to panic about trans stuff here. Japan is another country that has been destroyed as a byproduct of being an American vassal. Reform talks about DEI in universities disadvantaging white people despite access schemes being entirely based on economic factors like going to a bad school, being on a free school meals, and ending up massively helping the white working class Brits. They're also yank-brained. Yeah, this is a more direct way that American brain rot actually subjugates the Western chuds. It is a fascinating phenomena to observe, though. There is this chud universality, this hog universality in every country that America touches in a meaningful way, where the chuds in your countries have become Ameribrained. It is a chud hive mind. It's a hog hive mind, where it is this ironically international American nationalist movement. Fascinating stuff. And I guess it's because of the liberal monoculture, the American cultural supremacy, the American cultural imperialism that has set forth, Hollywood broke the brains of every single person. That's part of the reason why I am so assimilated to American culture, right? That's why I sound and look so American, because I grew up with American culture. I love American culture. I consumed all of the cultural artifacts.
I think that this unity breakfast was clearly a first step in trying to unify the party. But do those voters that she won, she won more reliable Democratic-based voters, like black voters, older voters, white working class voters. So is Mike Rogers able to pick those off? This is why I still thought that Stevens was the stronger general election candidate. And, there's a real attack on on his association with Hasan Piker, things about 9/11. You know, does he continue to appear with him? That is where.
Yeah, dude, you're right. Mike Rogers is hitting Abdul al-Sayed on 9/11 because of his association with me, and not because he's an Islamophobic monster and Abdul al-Sayed is Muslim. Yeah, that's why the Republican Party immediately in their media hit, in their press releases, started calling him Abdul Rahman Mohammed al-Sayed because of his association with me. Like, why are we playing dumb? I mean, I guess it's because, you know, she's white, she doesn't understand it, she doesn't care about Islamophobia, or might have those same exact concerns. Okay, these are like, you have every opportunity not to lean into the bigotry, to be like, well, this bigotry is actually a pretty valid line of attack because I agree with it. It's crazy. Don't say it's fucking concerning. Call it out for what it is. Who else was on those ads? Zoran Mamdani, Ilhan Omar. They were on those ads too. Abdul al-Sayed's own statements were on those ads, also out of context. I find it really disingenuous. And it sucks because media figures are not equipped with the appropriate knowledge or the appropriate talking points to counter this kind of thing, where they just sit around and they go, yeah, I guess you're making a good point. She's not making a good point. It's totally ridiculous.
He is really vulnerable, and Republicans are not being coy about this. They're using his full name in videos and things.
Is the Hasan Piker thing a real thing on the ground? It is one of those things that I'm unclear how much it breaks through to actual voters, because I think most people don't actually know who.
Like, this is a pollster saying yeah to that question. It's not a real thing.
Hasan Piker is. I think we know. I think the people on the internet know. I think the average voter who is dealing with the high costs, who are dealing with maybe lost their health care because of the Obama subsidies weren't expanded. Like, do they care? Like, Piker is going to be an actual on the ground issue.
I think if you put $30 million behind an ad in Michigan that says that, you know, he associated with someone who's called 9/11, you know, that it was justified, I think it's going to be a real problem, especially as
even if he's apologized for it.
Even if he has, but you still have the clip out there. That's what goes in the ad and different things.
Well, speaking of the ad and them using Dr. El-Sayed's full name. He's going right at that, and Mike Rogers. This is an ad, this is him yesterday at the rally in Michigan. Let's watch what he had to say about that.
I'm up against a guy named Mike Rogers. And Mike Rogers, well, he's decided that he wants to focus on my name. I got some opinions about his name. See, it's very fitting for him, Rogers, because that's his answer every time a corporation or Donald Trump tells him to do something. Mike, we need you to put a data center in the backyard. Roger. Mike, we need you to hike their prescription drug prices. Roger. Mike, we need you to rubber stamp this war we shouldn't be fighting. Roger. Mike, and this one's Donald Trump. I need you to lick these boots. Roger.
Not the boots.
I mean, not the boots, but I mean that what we just saw there sort of exemplifies, I think, why El-Sayed is so good. He's a great communicator. That Roger bit was very good. But the other piece that Eugene reacted to is that he's not afraid to go there. And he's sort of giving voice to what Democrats, what we've heard from around the country, they want people who are going to fight. And that shows fight.
We're going to see how good a candidate this guy really is, right?
Because Mike Rogers is not going to be a pushover.
Right, and Republicans are going to spend a lot of money in this race. Yeah. And they're going to dump a lot of opposition research on Abdul's head, things that maybe we haven't heard about yet, but we can only
might not even be true.
Stuff that we don't know what's coming down the pike, right? But we're going to get a sense of how good a candidate he really is, and that's what separates, who ends up winning is what separates the Major League Baseball players from the AAA players, right? And we're going to get a sense of if he's an MLB player or a AAA player.
Right.
It's also interesting, Jonathan, because you brought up that clip, the issues that he chose to include in the Mike Rogers name calling. Anti-data centers, hiking prescription drugs, rubber stamping a war, and being extremely deferential to Donald Trump. I mean, those are not communist socialist issues. Alex, you had a piece this week that the GOP is planning a socialism
Yeah, so here's what it is, right? I'm glad that they're finally parsing through this, it's still wrong in the sense that like, oh, well, you know, there's still the underlying premise that socialism and communism is a scary, bad, want it, of course. But they're finally at the very least like not doing the GOP's bidding. Because anytime these guys turn around and say, well, you know, he is kind of radical, they're doing the GOP's bidding for the GOP. And it's actually much more damaging because liberals have the institutional persuasive capabilities on CNN, on the MSNBC platform, on the CNN platform, when liberals themselves are leaning into the Republican attack ads and going, well, he is a little dangerous. We got to hand it to the GOP. That's, in my opinion, far more dangerous than Mike Rogers being like Abdul al-Sayed did 9/11. Because when Mike Rogers says that, every liberal is going to hear that and go, you're a fucking racist piece of shit. You're eating Trump's dick and balls. Shut the fuck up. But when they see liberal platforms channel that same message only to say that it's actually a really salient narrative, right? It's a really reliable narrative that actually has far more consequential impacts on the minds of liberals who are tuning in. You don't need to do that. You can just say the truth. You can just turn around and say, no, these guys are desperate. They can't talk about the economy, which they did to a certain degree. They can't talk about the economy. They can't talk about how bad Trump is. Obviously, there's nothing to lean into with Trump. So they're just pulling off the oldest trick of the book. Pure, unadulterated, unfiltered racism. That's exactly what this is. And no liberal worth their salt, regardless of their disagreements with Abdul or regardless of their disagreements with me, regardless of their disagreements with the DSA, should ever lean into that, okay? When we, in this community, oppose certain things that Kamala Harris were doing, we didn't fucking hit her with Republican lines of attack. It was an opposition to the closeness that the Democratic Party had to Republican policies. Because first and foremost, we're ideologically committed to anti-fascism, okay? That's it.
At their midterm convention in Texas. They plan to use their first ever midterm convention in Dallas next month to mount a sweeping, made-for-primetime case that Democrats have become captive to their activist left. Axios has learned they're essentially planning.
Their goal is to drive a wedge between DSA, myself, this community, our base, and the Democratic Party, knowing full well that there are a lot of Democrats who will bite the bullet, who will absolutely lean into this bait. It's a trap, okay? It is a trap. The only way that we lose, and when I say we, I don't mean just like DSA left or the Bernie-crats or the left populists. I mean the only way that the anti-Trump coalition loses is if we lean into these attacks. That's why I'm telling you guys right now, we have to be very careful. There are a lot of liberals who hate the left more than they hate MAGA, and they are going to lean into these lines of attack as they have done so far, okay? This is a real which side are you on moment. Are you a fascist or are you an anti-fascist? Are you willing to coalesce around Trump or are you willing to coalesce around as broad of a base as possible of anti-Trump forces? Okay? It's gonna get nasty. It's going to get dirty. And there are plenty of those who will. I analyzed Neera's tweets. Barbarism Critic says, I analyzed Neera's tweets and a whopping 67% of them were attacking progressive Democrats versus just 33% attacking Republicans. Interesting priorities. Someone should ask themselves why she finds those who call themselves socialists twice as much as a threat as fascists. You have to remember this. There was never a moment, regardless of my disagreements with the way that Kamala Harris ran her campaign, regardless of my criticisms of establishment Democrats leaning into Liz Cheney, leaning into the Biden dead weight, there was never a moment where I urged my viewership to vote for Trump. And there will never be a moment where I will ever urge my viewership to vote for a Republican. Never, ever. And what these guys are now entertaining, some of them at least, some of them are openly entertaining voting for Republicans. That is completely unacceptable. Okay? Lucky for us, they don't really have a base. They don't have any motion within the moderate wing of the Democratic Party either. I'm sure you know this from your parents, right? I'm sure some of you have very moderate, self-identifying liberal parents. They probably hate the Republican Party. They probably hate Trump. Do you think they would ever vote for a Republican or Donald Trump? Hell no. Hell fucking no. No matter how libbed up your parents are, there is 0% chance that they would ever find themselves going, you know what? This Democrat is a bridge too far. As a matter of fact, they probably like Abdul al-Sayed. They probably love Zohran Mamdani. You understand? These people are not simply playing politics in the primary. They have a higher ideological commitment to opposing the left. You know how we've said, like, there are some in the Democratic Party who oppose the left with far more severity and far more, they're far more interested in destroying their left flank than opposing Trump. Neera Tanden is one of those people. The Democratic Party, on the other hand, broadly have shown that they are more serious than this. That's why I welcome the Kamala Harris endorsement of Abdul al-Sayed. That's why I welcome the sea of endorsements that came in the aftermath of the Unity rally. It's very clear that there are some Democrats who are party operatives who care about opposing Donald Trump far more than fighting an ideological battle against socialism, against communism, against their left flank. That's it.
But their worst campaign, targeting the ascendant Democratic left and socialism. Jessica, do you, in all of the research that you're doing and all the time that you spend steeped in the numbers, is this going to be effective?
I do. I still think that the midterms are going to be a referendum on Donald Trump. That's what it comes down to.
I'm on your side on this, but what do you say to the people who suggest you provided the same amount of friction towards Harris that centrist consultants are now pushing on Abdul? Yeah. The difference is they're leaning into Republican lines of attack. I was demanding that Kamala Harris actually wake the fuck up and take a stronger opposition to Trumpism, stronger opposition to MAGA, stronger opposition to the far right mass deportation sentiment coming from Donald Trump. Do you understand? I was demanding that Kamala Harris cut her losses with the Biden administration, which was dead weight anchoring around her neck. Those were good points that I was delivering. And instead, they leaned into this mythical moderate center, this mythical moderate centrist voter, and that's why they lost. My demands for Kamala Harris was not for her to listen to me as some random fucking dickhead on the internet in the same way that these random fucking dickheads at Center for American Progress and whatnot are demanding Abdul listen to them. My demand was for Kamala Harris to listen to her base. Because at the end of the day, that's the major difference between someone like myself and someone who works for a think tank in Washington, D.C. They have no base. We do. I am a representative of this base within the Democratic coalition. And it turns out I was right. We were right to make these demands. Although the overwhelming majority of this community voted for Kamala Harris, they plugged their noses once again and voted for Kamala Harris, she still lost. And she lost because she leaned into the right-wing nonsense. She didn't put distance between herself and Joe Biden. She didn't lean into the early excitement that carried her into the DNC, an excitement that was born out of the fact that she was not Joe Biden.
But if they can make some of these candidates out to be too extreme, too scary, we saw in 2022 that candidates matter.
Do voters buy this language specifically that these candidates are socialists and communists? I think
this is a better example. Cori Bush lost, and you will not be behaving like them to Wesley Bell. Yeah, exactly. I hate Wesley Bell, but I'm not going to fucking talk about Wesley Bell. It's over. It's done. He won. He won overwhelmingly. It got carried once again by AIPAC money. And now he is a part of this fucking Democratic Party coalition. When the time comes and he tries to create a hurdle against, legislation that tries to dial back Israel's violence, for example, we'll have that conversation when we get there.
Someone like Roy Cooper, they don't buy it for in North Carolina. They don't buy it for a Sherrod Brown in Ohio. But with the more progressive candidates, that's where I think it's risky, because this isn't New York City. This isn't Denver. This is a real test of whether a more progressive candidate can win in a place like Michigan. I mean, I'm watching the Wisconsin primary coming up this Tuesday. You have an actual Democratic socialist. I mean, I think that the language gets fuzzy. They're sort of painting everyone with a really broad brush. Right. But you have an actual Democratic Democratic Socialist that is running in one of the most quintessential swing states for governor, that I think she really puts that race more at risk. But again, is the wave big enough for Democrats that that doesn't matter? That might be the case. That's one reason why we kept Michigan Senate in toss-up, but I think it still is Republicans' best pickup opportunity, and why Wisconsin Senate, even if Francesca Hong wins on Tuesday, we're going to keep that race in toss-up as well.
Democrats, what's so interesting about Democrats is often they kind of allow Republicans to declare what the rules of the road are. They let them say what the debate is going to be about. And, you know, I've been talking to a lot of Democrats, both moderates and lefties, about, like, why is that the case? Like, you know, Alex, you cover Republicans in half for such a long time. Like, they are very good at saying this is what this election is going to be about, right? This socialism conversation, right? This communism conversation, they are forcing every single Democrat to have to answer that question. Instead of the Democrats saying, this is ridiculous, reporters, you know, they say that on other things, but on this, they're like trying to say, well, I don't believe what Francesca's saying in Wisconsin. It's like, no, you don't live in Wisconsin. Say that. And I'm curious, when you're talking to Republicans, do they feel like, despite all of the wind at Democrats' back over the last year and a half in different places, how good or bad are they feeling about the midterms, both the House and the Senate?
When you're talking to them privately, they'll concede that the winds are at the Democrats' back. They'll say that, right? I mean, they definitely think that they've got an uphill path to keeping the House. And they think they're still favored to keep the Senate at this point. One thing, though, to watch as it relates to Abdul, though, and the convention that you just mentioned, is that the convention's timing is interesting because it ends the night before the 25th anniversary of 9/11. And so you've heard Republicans refer to Abdul by his full name. It's going to be interesting to see how they message that.
I think.
Yeah, I think it's going to backfire. Abdul al-Sayed is too much of a homegrown America lover. Like, will it work to a certain degree? Are there people who will hear his name, see the color of his skin, and immediately go, yep, I know exactly what I know about him? Sure, there will be. But elections are not about winning every single vote. Elections are about winning enough votes. And I don't think you can build a very broad coalition against Abdul al-Sayed by constantly just going, 9/11, 9/11, 9/11, Islamophobia, he's a terrorist. It's just not going to work. I think most people will look at that and recognize it for what it is. Most people will look at that and go, well, I want the guy who's, you know, offering to fight for me, offering to fight against the influence of corporations and politics, offering to put my interests first, offering me health care. You know, that's it. Because the other side of this is, and I said this about Kamala Harris too, if you guys remember, like her being a black woman from California was a hurdle. It's a white supremacist country. A lot of people are going to look at you differently, right? But it was a hurdle that she could have climbed, right? I said this about Kamala Harris as well. I've said this about AOC when people say, oh, America's not ready for a female candidate. You're wrong. If Barack Obama, as a black man whose middle name is Hussein, could do it, anyone can. It's just that Barack Obama, and I'm not talking about his governance here, I'm just talking about his campaign, totally separate things. Barack Obama ran a very good campaign. They said he was unelectable too. He was able to muster up these progressive forces and ride this wave. He was the hope and change candidate. They hit Obama with the same exact he's unelectable bullshit. You said that to Mehdi, yeah.
A Democrat. Who would you pick between Gavin Newsom and Rahm Emanuel?
Oh, God. Oh, shoot.
J.B. Pritzker. Come on. Or Chris Van Hollen.
It's not even a question. AOC is, out of all of the people that you mentioned, like AOC is the only one that I would like.
And you think she could win general election?
Yeah,
in a misogynistic, racist country.
Yes,
where
I do.
people are.
Yes,
a lot of misogynists and racists in this country.
100%. Absolutely. America was built on the foundations of white supremacy and elected a black man whose middle name was Hussein.
But you know that the position of Barack Obama.
Like, I don't have any, I know it'll be difficult. But ultimately, in my opinion, it's far more difficult to win on moderation with a white guy than it is to win with good policies being delivered by a brown woman That's it.
Some racism might be
Yeah,
popping
I
up,
think
is what
we
we're
know.
hearing.
Real quick, we have to go, Jessica, but I want to follow up on something you just said. You said that Michigan is the best pickup opportunity for Republicans, and that the Cook Political Report still has it as a toss-up. I'm just wondering, is there a Senate race that could be an unexpected pickup for Democrats that you're keeping an eye on that could cancel out the loss of Michigan?
I mean, the map is growing, and so I think you have Iowa and Texas that are in that next tier to get them but those are still double-digit Trump states. I moved Kansas this week onto the competitive map. So, there are these really red states. That's a 16-point Trump state that because Democrats have recruited well, and, sort of the Maine debacle and everything aside, they've recruited well in states like North Carolina, Ohio, Alaska, and that's one of the reasons why they're in the mix for Senate control.
I want to talk more about Kansas next time. As Hasan said, Jessica Taylor, thank you so much for joining.
Anyway, like this is look, they're in here. Like this person probably watches. Look at this. They responded to me. Did you boost AES to victory? Does nobody have any idea who you are? Like, I think for the sake of this person's mental well-being, a block is what is necessary. That's the former fan, right? That's the one. That's the one that was that took a photo with Kamala Harris. We're gonna put this to bed. We're gonna put it past us. I think I'm helping potentially save a life here, So we got bigger fish to fry. We got bigger ops. We can't be dealing with random teenagers on the internet, And I think some liberals get it. I mean, the Pisco guy, I've seen his clips. This is what popped up on my timeline just now. Like, he gets it, right? There are some liberals who understand it, where they're like this is a which side are you on moment, right? Are you going to side with the fascists? Are you going to coalesce around the fascists? Or are you going to broaden the tent? Are you going to join the fight on the anti-fascist side? Bro, you're falling for it again?
Say this is a big fear, but there are
Look, man, I'm not asking you to hug and kiss every goddamn liberal who recognizes the danger of Trumpism, okay? I'm just saying my expectations are low. My expectations from liberals oftentimes are low. And when they actually outperform my expectations, that is the environment that we're in. We can't just cast aside people, okay? I'm not saying become a liberal. I'm just simply stating that there are some liberals who understand the danger, who understand the danger of fascism, who understand the danger of Trumpism, and are saying, you guys are being ridiculous to other liberals who do not. Because the reality of the matter is, I am fine with people who I have significant disagreements with, as long as they recognize the real danger of Trumpism, as long as they recognize the real danger of the Republican Party. I know that's a low bar to set, and maybe the bar will get higher as the environment changes, okay? But we need all the numbers we can get. We need all the numbers we can get. We need it. We can't do it on our own. And that's precisely the same reason why I say, the Kamala endorsement is good. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It's great. Now, I wouldn't say the same thing about, Liz Cheney or some shit, right? But it's not necessarily, this isn't about, movement building isn't about developing an echo chamber. It's about trying to build the broadest coalition possible. No, they are attacking your character. It doesn't matter. They can attack me all day.
That have shown themselves to be effective in this country, actually, and that have addressed these concerns to the extent that they exist, and as well the track record of moderation and collaboration from these types. And so the threat and magnitude is low, on both those grounds. And just saying communist Hasan Piker is not moving the ball even 1%. They're trying to distract you from the traitorous enemies who are currently beyond the gates and holding power. Don't be Marx. Don't be rubes. Don't fall for it. They're trying to distract you. Don't buy into it. This is not a real significant threat. If I thought it was, I would tell you so.
That's it. Right now, in this moment, if you think the true danger is coming from your left flank and not your right, you're an idiot. You might as well be a goddamn collaborator of the Republican agenda. That's it. It's time to lock in. We can have we can issue our disagreements with one another later. What is this? When the midterms are done, Republicans are not going to stop trying to elevate Hasan Piker and make him the face of the Democratic Party. This is going to go on and on and on. Very non-zero chance that Piker's name will come up in televised 2028 presidential elections. If Hasan actually cared about the movement he's trying to foster, he would text every candidate he appeared with and tell them to fully toss him under the bus. if it would help him win their elections. There's a really big if, considering dude's a narcissist on the level of Trump. And as partisan Democrats who want to stop MAGA by actually winning competitive races and flipping red seats, we have an obligation to pressure the leaders in our party to loudly and unequivocally condemn Hasan in his rhetoric. He is toxic sludge, and the right's efforts, the time to the party is going to work on a lot of people. HasanAbi Production says, hey, it's a serious question. Is your midterm strategy just to cry about Hasan and DSA every single day until November, and while boosting certain clips in hopes that it would hurt Democrats? Yeah, that is the strategy for a lot of these like wannabe consultants. Wannabe consultants. That's their entire goal here, is to get a nod of approval from some of these losers. Some of these losers that have a very mercenary understanding, that want to do everything in their power to erode the left flank. That's it. This is who I'm speaking to when I say it's time to lock in, dude. Shut the up. Just shut the up. Unbelievably pathetic. You are a piss baby, crying, pissing and shitting in your diapers, demanding that people make me the primary fixture of their candidacy. It's very stupid. Why would they do that, dumbass? Not only is it unhelpful advice, it's bad, because this is not about my popularity, as I repeat over and over again. I have limited popularity. It's the under 45. We bring those people out. It's fine, right? That's good. And it certainly does help. In elections, it helped with Abdul's, clearly, and numerous others. But if someone were to come out and be like, oh yeah, I condemn this guy after doing campaign rallies with them, that makes them look weak. That makes them look hypocritical. That makes them, you're leaning into the same liberal sensibilities and liberal optics focused tendencies that cause Democrats to lose. It's no different than Kamala Harris saying the wall, build the wall is a stupid, racist, expensive idea that we must oppose, to then 4 years later saying, actually, I want to build the wall and the Republicans are not serious about building the wall. That looks hypocritical. That looks hypocritical, and it makes the normies who are not paying that much attention look at the situation and go, what do you mean? You said you like this guy. You said you campaign with this guy. You said you don't agree with everything that he said, but now you're saying you disavow him. All of a sudden, that makes normies think you're weak. That's it. So you guys are actually demanding Abdul al-Sayed do something bad. Do something bad for his candidacy for no reason. Just shut the fuck up, lock in. If you were sincere about this shit, if you were sincere about winning these races, you just never would talk about this ever again. You would never highlight the Republican attacks. Because it's not like Republican media is going to stop using me as an attack ad against Abdul after he says I disavow Hasan. They're just going to double down. They're just going to double down and say, see, why did you bring this terrorist? Why did you bring this terrorist on the campaign trail if you were going to end up, disavowing him later down the line? I don't think these guys understand. Like, there is a Machiavellian attitude that you can demonstrate that would require you to shut the fuck up about me for 3.5 seconds, but you can't do that because you don't care about winning elections. This is just you entertaining another Twitch streamer's beef, a kick streamer, not a Twitch streamer any longer. These kinds of attacks have shown to be unsuccessful over and over again. You just want it to be successful. That's it. You don't care about Abdul al-Sayed winning, or you are fine with him losing as long as he just becomes another vector of attack against me. It's very strange. Very strange behavior. No, they understand they're just caring about their own clout. If you go down, it means their influence goes up, is quite transparent, but it's not. It's not going to go up. Their influence is never going to go up. As a matter of fact, their influence stays marginal, tiny, minuscule, irrelevant for this reason. Because while other people are focusing on putting food on their table, and that's their primary concern, and those who are actually interested in politics are looking for campaigns and candidacies that will address those desires, these idiots are locked in on simply just attacking me. It's so stupid. That's the reason why nobody cares about what you have to say, man. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I say. These guys hate me so much. They 100% hate me more than MAGA. They've admitted it. Many of them have said that they would rather vote for Marco Rubio over someone like myself in a hypothetical matchup. And that's the kind of shit that just demonstrates your insanity. The average person hears that and goes, what the f*** are you talking about? A guy who's like pro-Medicare for all and anti-Israel over Marco fucking Rubio? What are you, insane? What do you want, crack cocaine? That's their reaction. And their daddy, Destiny, going through his own current revenge porn court case, has even gone so far as to say Trump is a less damaging force in American politics than someone like myself. It's just a demonstration of mental insanity. It's not, you're not showing anybody a reasonable perspective at all. You're just simply showing people how insane you are, how unreasonable you are. That's it. Yeah. When you say stuff like it's a 50-50 coin flip between AOC and JD Vance, you're not going to win any liberals to your side. You're actually not even going to win, you know. I said it's almost a 50-50 split between Peter Thiel's fascist blood boy versus progressive is insane. Like these guys just need mental health treatment. That's it. That's what they need.
You should have said yesterday.
They need to log off.
Well, I do think that you should have said yesterday when Pisco moved it on you, JD Vance or AOC. I think that that's a pretty easy answer.
The thing is I don't actually know that. Like, in a vacuum with no political influence, I don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are. Like, the guy was a more moderate.
You don't know what JD Vance's political opinions are? He's Peter Thiel's blood boy. That's it. What do you mean you don't know? Don't you think you should know? He's the vice president. Don't you think you should know? You fancy yourself to be a political commentator?
Republican type person. But the problem is JD Vance, like AOC, seems to have no capacity to deal with his own side, right? And that he's fully bought on to co-signing whatever crazy sucking shit Trump needs. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, like, it's not like I would trust, even if Vance was more moderate, I don't know if I would trust him to govern more moderately if there were extremist voices in his camp. I also don't know how much he is actually like a crazy crypto loony after getting brainwashed and mind by Peter Thiel and everything. So he might be, like, that might just be like way too far gone. But I don't know for AOC, like, I just don't know with any of these people now, like, given your opportunity to like abolish all private enterprise, and if the people backing you were for it, I don't know what her answer would be there. I'm not sure. I don't know at this point. I'm not sure. But the problem is that since these people
I'm willing to take my chances with AOC.
Sure. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, like, I probably would, but it's a coin flip.
How do you have such an extreme view of AOC?
It's not like a 90-10. That's like a 55-45. Like, the problem is when nobody...
Lemao, I'm out of here.
Nobody has the ability to say no to anything. I just have to look and see who's around you that's going to be pushing you into shit, because I'm just going to have to assume that you're going to go along with the crazy motherfuckers on your side, because apparently nobody can say no.
Yeah. Geek streamer Destiny crashes out after watching Hasan help candidates win their race and announces he's becoming a conservative, and he blames younger black voters. This is the guy.
I won't become MAGA. I want to become a conservative. I just want to become a conservative. At least they're honest about, like, their racism and everything. Like, I'll never take any of you wokey motherfuckers again. You know what we need to do? This is what we need to do.
Brian Tyler Cohen ended up taking down the Hasan post from yesterday after being messaged by D. Wait, really? That's so sad. That's such a fucking sad situation. Epstein is so obsessed with Hasan that he messaged Brian Tyler Cohen to take down a quote of Hasan, which says Republicans
Brian Tyler Cohen removed the quote.
Oh, Brian said he was going to remove that thing and they'll never post
he did.
Hasan again. So, yeah.
Wait, what happened? Say that
Brian
again?
Tyler Cohen removed the quote of Hasan from his Instagram.
Sad.
Yeah, I messaged him and I was bitching, and he was like, I don't do my media post there, but...
You know what? I'll say this, that, like, I have...
Don't they claim you of this? Yeah, no, they do. They say it's always projection. It's always projection. It's so sad. What a sad thing to do. God. No, I don't think Brian Tyler Cohen is a bitch. I mean, this is a lame thing that he did. They hate you so much for that they're siding with Elon Musk and Asmongold. Yeah, of course they are. Again, these guys do not... I mean, it is a lame thing that Brian Tyler Cohen did. Oh, God. Imagine this being your primary political victory, that you got Brian Tyler Cohen to remove a fucking post. This was the only thing he took down, by the way. It was literally anti-MAGA. No, I know. This is the... Yeah, I said, it's not Islam that's subjugating women in this country, it's Republicans. And he posted that. I think Brian Tyler Cohen is still... At the end of the day, he's not in opposition to Zoran. He's not in opposition to Abdul El-Sayed. He's just a fucking straight-up establishment Democrat who is way more comfortable with left-flank candidates than these other fucking guys are. So if their only goal... If these guys' only goal is to literally come after me, then that's fine. Who cares? Let him be fucking distracted. Okay. It is also very funny that this was in Epstein's community and it's in Hebrew. I was like, why is this post in Hebrew? And then someone was like, oh, they took this screenshot from the Destiny subreddit. But yeah, you are too charitable, man. No, look, man, it is what it is. Okay. It is what it is. Yeah. I think a lot of these people like Brian Tyler Cohen just at drama because that's what D's community is. Yeah. Brian Tyler community's reach is so much bigger than Destiny's. Yes, but he's terrified. Here's the reality that we know. Okay, this has been the MO of Dan Stalkman and Sex Pestany the entire time, DMing everyone they possibly think they can in order to get 1 or 2 victories to post on Reddit. These victories include collabing with Republicans. These guys have been collaborating with the Republicans the entire time. Okay, and they are going to continue doing it in much more meaningful ways. That's why they're like retweeting Elon Musk and shit like that. Are you aware your chat is full of offliners who not only spend their entire day watching your stream, but they spend the rest of the day in your stream chat? This is not a healthy way to live your life. There are definitely people that are in the chat offline talking to one another about a bunch of different shit. It's like a way to, community build. I don't know why you're very frustrated by that. They're not like talking about me. They're playing games and shit in the chat. Yeah. Brian Tyler Cohen and Pac-Man mostly post Trump slop he's done, and that works on YouTube. Whenever you do Trump slop titles, you get similar views. Yeah. We should actually sneakily title all of it like Trump slop style, because that kind of like anti-Trump liberalism works so well. But anyway, as far as the Brian Tyler Cohen situation goes, like, look, I'm fairly certain, as long as he's not a setback, as long as he's not like literally directly opposing candidates like Abdul al-Sayed, which I know he's not, because I was at an event with Abdul and he was there, early on, as a matter of fact. So he's that kind of guy. As long as they're not in opposition to left flank candidates, which I know they're not, which I know Brian Tyler Cohen is not, I'm fine with it. It's the same principle that I have for the Pod Johns. I don't always agree with the Pod Johns, or at least all of the Pod Johns. But at the end of the day, I understand that they are invested in a broader coalition. And that's what matters most to me. What matters to me is actually creating some kind of defense against Trumpism. Right now, we have no defense against Trumpism. Right now, we're literally, like, I don't think a lot of people understand this. Like, right now, we only have the courts, okay? And the courts are holding by, the courts are holding on by a thread, okay? If the courts go down, if due process goes down, if the constitutional protections afforded to every American, like free speech or even birthright citizenship, goes down, we're fucked, okay? That's it. We're fucked. We're completely fucked. So even if the Pod Johns don't like the DSA, or, what is this? Maybe quit reporting terrorism that you can counter Trumpism, common sense, hey, but when you talk to a terrorist dog zapper, common sense, not useful. Brother, you couldn't even fucking write appropriately. Like, you can't do that. You can't come in here and try to do a dunk when you can't even fucking spell correctly, when you can't even apply proper grammar. I'm sorry. But in any case, as I was saying, what I was trying to say is we have to have, this is the reason why we have to have a Senate majority. Like, this is not sheepdogging the Democratic Party at all, because there is no guarantee that Democrats, once they have the Senate majority, are going to fucking do our bidding, do the bidding of the masses, do the bidding of the working class. There's no guarantee of that at all. These things take time. These changes take time, and it require tremendous amounts of effort to pull through, to push through. Okay? But having said that, we need to at the very least put up another line of defense against MAGA. And yes, that line of defense comes through the Senate majority and the majority in the House. Okay? Democrats need to control. If they don't fucking do our bidding, once they have that control, we'll fight back. And this time we'll have some allies on our side inside of the legislative body. Okay? But it's still a far worse predicament not to have that majority. It's still a far worse predicament to just simply hope that the courts remain resilient, that the courts can actually still operate as though they're working, as though they're functional. We do not have the time, and we do not have the capacity to wait it out when you got the government talking about blacklisting communists, blacklisting socialists, which range ideologically from someone like myself all the way to fucking Karen Bass. When you got the Trump administration utilizing the FEC, utilizing the FTC, utilizing the regulatory bodies as a way to never really do their regulatory purpose, but instead to attack critics of the administration. It's like, this is a terrifying moment in time that we're in. I don't think people understand that. I don't think people are comprehending exactly how bad things are. This is not about like opposing the dang Cheeto in the White House, right? This is no longer about opposing the dang Cheeto in the White House. The reality of the matter is, it's not just like, oh, Trump is offensive and he hurts my feelings and we need to embarrass him. We're a bunch of frogs boiling in the pan right now. And the water, the heat is going up over and over again. We're about to reach the boiling point. We might have actually reached the boiling point. Do you understand? This is not about the ballroom. This is not about Trump's beautification initiatives for America 250. This is triage. We have to do everything we can to set up opposition to the administration. Okay? So I hope people understand that, because I find it very interesting that a lot of people who would be in the crosshairs first and foremost do not recognize what time it is. They do not understand how bad they will be burned. I'm not just simply saying this to scare you. I mean, it is a scary time. I see it. I see it every day. Perhaps I see it a little bit more clearly than many others do, especially those that declare themselves to be far more radical than me, because I'm in the fucking crosshairs every goddamn day, right? Like, for me, this is very real. I mean, I'm the primary target here. So I see it. I feel it. Anyway, Brian Tyler Cohen not shedding his association with Sex Pastini despite clearly knowing who he is and being aware of his in progress civil suits in his red flag sexual deviancy. Yeah, that's not great. That's not great. I mean, he's always been this fucking Destiny has always been this fucking weirdo, right? He's always been this weird guy. But I guess these guys see him as like a reliable ally to a certain degree. I don't know why. I don't know what the fucking calculation is there. But I suspect the reason why Brian Tyler Cohen is like taking his notes from a dude who's currently going through, an ultra-Zionist who's currently going through a revenge porn case, is because he doesn't want to deal with the backlash from his community, because his community are serial harassers. They're sending a message every time they do this shit to me. They're sending a message to all the other people too. They're saying like, look, listen, you don't want to be in the crosshairs. We'll do everything we can to make your life a living hell. I mean, this is a cyber stalking, Gamergate style operation dedicated entirely to one guy, right? They don't even hide it. And I guess it's understandable. It's a little insecure. It's a little pathetic. It's a little cowardly to just, say fuck off and move on with your life. But I guess it's not like Brian Tyler Cohen is a big fan of mine either, especially because I called out Chorus early on. And we obviously had a somewhat of a blow up when one of his Chorus content creators was just like actively shitting on Cori Bush. I was like, that's completely unacceptable. He was like celebrating Wesley Bell.
Cohen removed the quote of Hasan from his Instagram.
It's just sad.
I messaged him and I was like, I don't do my media post there, but
you know what?
It's somewhat pathetic for Brian Tyler Cohen to like respond to Sex Pastini in this way, but it is so much more pathetic for these guys to just like fucking celebrate this as a major W. Like, who gives a fuck one way or another? I didn't even know that he had posted me.
I'll say this, that like I have friends and they're not plugged in, and I'm like, well, what do you do for politics? And they all say like Brian Tyler Cohen. That's it. Yeah. And it's like, okay, this guy is an important guy to get for normies. Like
yeah, see? They're like we did it. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. Major victory for you guys, man. It's so fucking sad. Anyway, so I urge the liberal consultant class to no longer give opportunities to the likes of Mike Rogers, okay? They won't stop because their enmity is directed entirely at me, but, I hope they'll fucking wake up from their stupor. That's it. You may not know how much of a bag BTC gets a month. It might not be 12 million, but it is something. When they came after you, they couldn't shut off your money faucet, but if you weren't funded by your viewers, it may have been different. I know you walked away from a bag not tempering your speech. Yeah.
Donald Trump was called a pedophile on Fox News by a guest who the Fox News host had on for a segment. And then after this guest, absolute Chad, by the way, started calling him a pedophile protector, talking about the Epstein files, his possible involvement in the Epstein files. The host then quickly rushed to try to get him off center stage. I want you guys to take a look at this clip. I'm actually just going to go ahead and play you the short form video that I posted.
If we're going to talk about children being raped, then we need to hold this pedophile president, Donald Trump, accountable.
Holy shit. I want to know who this guy is. I think we all need to know who this guy is. Apparently, he's a Democrat running for some office somewhere. We need to find him. We need
That's crazy. I'm
to know his name, and we need to know where he's running. Okay? Because let me tell you,
his name is Oliver Larkin. God damn. He just knows like every fucking minutia. He knows every goddamn anti-Trump. Yeah, he's running in Florida 25. Now listen, he's DSA endorsed. It's Oliver Larkin. He's running in Florida 25 against one of the most right-wing Democrats in the country, Moskowitz. But what's wild to me is he's so fucking knowledgeable about every little thing that Trump has done, down to the fucking wire, down to the goddamn bone. But then he's just like so oblivious to the left flank candidates that he would be actually very, very well aligned with.
Told me maybe 5 years ago that Trump would be getting called a P3DO live on Fox News.
P3DO, Jesus.
Fuck, I don't know if I would have believed you. So, yeah, really, really interesting. You could just see how that host was freaking out. You could just see how hard his question backfired.
He doesn't get paid to know about these people. Okay, guys, stop being so cynical. Okay, these are people we can again bring on to our side. Okay, get Asmongold's name out of your mouth, you fascist. Wait, what? I wasn't even talking about Asmongold. What the fuck? But you're an Asmongold fan. You're an Asmongold fan who uses fascist as a pejorative. What the fuck? Dog, Asmongold is literally aligning with fascists openly, like Nick Fuentes. Like he openly says. Anti-fascist Asmongold fan is such a funny bit. I have to hear what this guy is about. I mean, Fossabot clapped him, but I need to understand. I need to scratch the surface here a little bit. But it's really funny because I wasn't even fucking talking about Asmongold at all. You have Asmongold in the mind for some reason, but this is a new guy. China is fascist. You are to you. To you. China fascist. You are fascist, dude. What do you think Nick Fuentes is? I feel like if China was fascist, Nick Fuentes and Asmongold would be fans of China, considering their united soft spot for former fascist developments, former fascist countries, historic fascist movements. You and Nick Fuentes are on the same side, kid? Wait, what? All right, someone roll the clip. This guy just doesn't know. Someone roll the clip. I need to hear him respond. Give me the clip. Give me the clip. You know what I'm talking about. You know the one I'm talking about where Asmongold openly says, like, I love Nick Fuentes. I'm just like funneling my viewership to Nick Fuentes. I agree with Nick Fuentes because this guy hates Nick Fuentes, it seems. Okay.
And I know because I'm one of them.
Now, do you not get deplatformed through all this? I simply, I am a very pragmatic person. I have no problems not saying things or not doing something if I feel like it won't be advantageous for me. So I just simply don't say things that I think will get me in trouble, and until it's okay to say them. That's literally it.
This isn't
You're
even
a
the
good
clip.
boy. Yeah, I like Nick doesn't do that. Nick says exactly what he thinks, and it's respectable. It is. I don't have any negative about it. But to me, I view my role as being a more mainstream ally towards this stuff without necessarily spearheading any sort of like real controversial change, because I can't really do that. It would compromise my position. That's the reason. I'm a funnel. Yeah, I kind of do that. Yeah, like a funnel in a way. So that's the reason why I do most things that I do are like there's reasoning behind them. You have your lane for sure. Yeah, I do.
It wasn't even that one. He was saying, I'm deliberately trying to create a pipeline to Nick Fuentes. This wasn't the clip. I was looking for another one. You have everything in common with him. It's just immigration. Wait, what? Buddy, you just watched your favorite content creator say, I am in line with Nick Fuentes. You just watched your favorite content creator that you're defending as an anti-fascist, okay? He's a Sweden Democrat according to his name. Yeah. Asmongold mogs you, kid, money-wise, not hairline-wise. Yeah, look at this.
French fan sent $20. You simply are the GOAT. Asmongold is shilling hard for Graham and
Really?
John Boyd. By the way, sad.
That doesn't
Shilling
matter.
hard for
Asmongold
Graham.
is a great ally. Him and I are on the same team, and he's the GOAT, and I will never attack.
Lysol sent $100.
Who do you think is closer to Nick Fuentes? Me, a guy who fucking opposes Nick Fuentes every step of the way, finds his ideology to be toxic, odious, completely wrong, completely reactionary, or the guy who is in line with him 100% and openly says he loves Nick Fuentes?
Thank you for It's crazy how obviously Nick understands it and I understand it, but very few other people understand it. Like, no, we're not going to let people who want to subvert us try to divide us and make people enemies, so it will be easier to rule over them and to subvert them. Like, it's pure subversion. And Nick knows this. I know this. It's obvious this is what they're doing. Like, it's so clear. Like, it's so fucking obvious. And yeah, there it is. So not divide us. And well, they've successfully done that in a lot of cases. They have. I mean, W to Nick. I love Nick. And so, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder how this guy got banned. Like, I wonder why this got banned. This guy got banned. Oh, that's right. He got fucking banned because he was advocating to murder children. I'm done, dude. Contrunio, you patches little China stream kid. Okay. No, I don't blame Israel for everything. I don't know why you are saying that. I blame Israel for the things Israel deserves blame for, whether it be doing a genocide with our tax dollars or subverting American democracy by dumping, millions, tens of millions of dollars into pro-Israel candidates without ever mentioning Israel once. I like that you're running away, though. I mean, that's funny, I guess. You went from trying to defend Asmongold and saying that your Benjamin Netanyahu is the GOAT. Man, put some respect on his name. Okay, buddy. He's a troll. I mean, yeah, he's just Swedish. A lot of Asmongold's fans are Swedish and from Norway. It's very strange. It's a very strange phenomenon. I don't know why there are so many people, so many Euroids in the chat that just love American fascism for some reason, especially when American fascism is harmful to your national interests as well. But hey, to each their own, I guess. European white supremacists. Yeah, but I don't think European white supremacists understand that American supremacy is from the perspective of Americans, they don't think about European white supremacy at all. If American supremacy means overtaking Europe, then so be it, right? So what a lot of European white supremacists fail to comprehend is that when Donald Trump says we're going to take over Greenland, and that violates European supremacy, American white supremacists and American supremacists don't give a shit about European supremacy. They don't give a shit about European sovereignty. And they're always shocked when this kind of thing happens, where they're like, how could Donald Trump do this to us? How could Donald Trump treat us like we're, a brown country? Americans, deep down inside, don't think about Europe at all, or the ones that do understand that Europe is a vassal. And through that process of vassalization, in the aftermath of the Cold War, Europe has actually experienced tremendous downturns. The European economy is in tatters largely because Europe has been stuck between these different forces. But as a continent, as a coalition that hasn't been able to develop any sort of significant sovereignty, Europe has experienced tremendous austerity. Europe has experienced tremendous privatization initiatives. And Europeans have experienced that economic struggle. Americans don't care about the struggles of Europe. Americans, the American government doesn't care about the struggles of Europe. We've basically used Europe in some instances like a tax haven, and in others as putting a buffer between ourselves and the other poles around the world that we care about, that we worry about, other spheres of influence, other spheres of power. That's it. Europe is just a place to store some of our nuclear arsenal. From the perspective of American foreign policy, they see Europe as a missile sponge during the Cold War and as a way to, put some anti-missile defense systems as a holdover stage, as a staging ground for our troops when necessary, and as a holdover state for some of our nuclear arsenal. And I'm Turkish, so I understand that intimately. I understand that deeply. This is what NATO is about at the end of the day. This is what Turkey is about. This is what Turkey has been. And perhaps it's a calculation that favors a country like Turkey, because the other side of that would be turning the country into Syria. If Turkey wasn't a reliable NATO ally, then maybe it would be like Syria. It would be a failed state, constantly having its political process be interfered with by Western forces. But if you're Europe, European sovereignty is a real threat to American sovereignty, or to American hegemony, rather. So I always find it strange when European nationalists and European supremacists actually find themselves comfortable in this vassal state, or they're just open about being vassalized to American interests, to be servile to American interests, where your interests are secondary. It's very interesting. You can't even do nationalism correctly, which I find extra cucked. Unless it's a perm ban, I don't give a fuck. Twitch has allowed this unwashed, smelly cockroach, white supremacist, Nazi brain fuckwit Asmongold to spew his extremism with little to no pushback. Perm or shut the fuck up. She unironically going, guess APAC money didn't hit this week? No, it's over. She's like, primary's over. Primary's over. Time to get back to fucking work. Roll up the sleeves, you know? She's a racist APAC stooge. Hey, it's clear to me that there is a higher priority here for Haley Stevens, and it's good that you guys recognize that. The higher priority here is not to maintain the APAC stooge position. The higher priority for her is to maintain the Democratic majority, to create the Democratic Senate majority. Politics is a nasty game. Politics is a nasty game, man. That's it. So, you know, you gotta lock in. Yeah, it'll shock you. It'll spin your head. One day they'll be saying Abdul is a anti-Semite. Next day they'll be like, I love that anti-Semite. That's how it works. This is the difference between people like us who have our convictions and people who have none of them. Oh, Asmongold, why I'm gone. He made a YouTube video and he doubled down on it. He doubled down. I apologize for nothing. What will Twitch do now? What do you mean? They're gonna unban him eventually. They won't give him I don't know the length of the ban, but you know, we'll watch this later. Let's just keep going. Why is Francesca Hong winning? Let's take a look.
We talk more generally about America these days, or more generally about Wisconsin these days, that the undercurrent of the average person is very, very negative. They don't see the American dream as serving them.
True.
They're saying, let's say, my salary isn't keeping up with inflation, or I can't afford to fill a gas tank in my car. Francesca Hong has tapped into it much better than the remaining candidates.
I kind of don't understand why people are absorbing APAC politicians with zero caution. Buddy, I need you to understand something. Haley Stevens comes out and says, I love Abdul El-Sayed. I'm endorsing him. If Abdul El-Sayed turns around and says that she's an APAC stooge, what do you think the media narrative is going to be? You always have to think like, is this helpful? Is this not helpful? Even with the same calculation of like coming out and being like, yeah, Hasan is a horrible monster. Hasan's a horrible monster. I should have never had him on the campaign trail. Is this a helpful calculation? Is this an unhelpful calculation? Regardless of what his own personal opinion might be, you have to be pragmatic. You have to be pragmatic. Yeah, you say thank you for the support and you move on. That's it. I'm saying thank you for the support, Haley Stevens, and we're moving on. I don't think you guys get it. Like, I just, because if he were to turn around and be like, no, I'm a purist, right? Which, like, is understandable if he was like saying, like, you called me an anti-Semite last week, you're going to apologize for it or something like that. If he said that, okay, what do you think the media narrative would be? Look at the media narrative for me right now. I was yelling at the consultants that set up these Islamophobic lines of attack that Mike Rogers is now echoing, mirroring, okay? When I talk about the Beltway pundits, when I talk about the commentariat, I'm talking about this blob of people who are mercenaries, okay, that set up these narratives that don't really change from the Republican hands to the Democratic Party hands, okay? And what did they do? They clipped it to say, I'm yelling at the voters. I've yelled at the liberal Democratic Party for years for vote shaming. I am not vote shaming there. I am shaming the consultant class. And look how they set it up. Now Mike Rogers is trying to, ironically enough, the very same pundits that I yelled at, use that as an opportunity to falsely claim that I was vote shaming, right? And then now Mike Rogers is using it all the same. Look at that. If you're among the majority of Democrats who did not vote for Senate nominee and believe you should work hard to earn your support, his top campaign surrogate has a message for you. I said, I'm talking about DC elites who are very much a part of dipshit. Your first ad was implying Abdul's. You all have failed the people. You have no good policies. You will funnel tax dollars to Israel, continue endless wars, and rubber stamp Trump's violence and corruption. Now Mike Rogers is doing the same thing that those supposedly quote-unquote liberal, centrist commentariat did. Okay? Do you see? Because they're like this. They're like this. This is how they are. They don't give up. They're mercenaries. If someone is a threat to their bottom line, they'll try to take them out. And they will not shy away from leaning into the Republicans to do the same. They have no loyalty to a cause. Their loyalty is to the almighty dollar first and foremost. to protect their comfortable sinecures. If the left flank is opposing their comfortable position in DC, they will do everything in their power. It'll be a knife fight. So if someone is not doing that, like Haley Stevens, who's not engaging in this kind of nonsense, I'm going to give them their flowers. I know it's a low bar to clear. Haley Stevens has called me an anti-Semite, called me her campaign's final day. The last 24 hours for Haley Stevens was literally fuck Hasan. So if I'm not offended, if I'm giving her flowers for stumping for Abdul now, what the fuck is it to you? We have to be pragmatic. Do you understand? No, she didn't apologize. And neither did Mallory McMorrow. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter to me because I care about producing results. Do you understand? I recognize how this stuff works. It's a dog-eat-dog world. A lot of these guys are very mercenary in the way that they view everything, okay? And for them, it's terrifying when they actually meet someone who is motivated by real policies that they want to implement rather than simply advancing their career. Ironically enough, it's pure projection when they try to say like, oh, Hasan probably loves this extra attention. I don't like it at all. But we have to be a little bit more pragmatic. That's it. I'm not saying, make Mallory McMorrow or Haley Stevens the leader of this movement or anything like that. It's that simple. I want Abdul al-Sayed to win. And then I want Abdul al-Sayed to deliver on his promises. I want him to fight. Part of that victory is also avoiding a Republican Senate majority, which is important to me, both important to me personally and important to the people that I love. Because I know that if there aren't any hurdles placed in front of Donald Trump with a Senate majority, with a House majority in the hands of the Democratic Party, Donald Trump is going to use his lame duck period to be even more vicious than he has been thus far. We need to set up hurdles. It's that simple. We need to do everything we can to cause hurdles and to gum up the works and to set up impediments and to set up at least the beginning of accountability for this administration's rampant corruption. I'll give you one example of issues that we care about, right? Cuba, with a Senate, with a majority in Congress, with a congressional majority in the hands of the Democrats, the number of Democrats that we've actually helped elect into office who have actually demanded an embargo on Israel or have criticized the Trump administration's handling of Cuba, we can now push them to take the initiative on these issues, to start committee hearings, to be loud, to get this issue in front of many Americans who are also frustrated about it. This is how it works. This is how you build a larger, broader movement. Because right now, Democrats have no power. They have no way of setting up investigations and making a big stink about certain issues. They can only get in front of cameras every now and then and yell about it. Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie have done a pretty decent job with the Epstein files, but that's like not commonplace. So anyone that plays a role in helping this happen, I'm on board with. I'm just afraid we're slowly abandoning Palestinians. That's crazy. Getting someone like Abdul al-Sayed elected in the Senate is not abandoning the Palestinians. It's the exact opposite. That's why when I see Kamala Harris endorse Abdul al-Sayed, I don't see that as Abdul al-Sayed capitulating. Because at the end of the day, this has nothing to do with like whitewashing Kamala Harris's background or whitewashing Kamala Harris's previous actions as the vice president against the Palestinian population. It's actually Kamala Harris giving Abdul al-Sayed more legitimacy without Abdul al-Sayed turning around and saying, you know what, actually, I'm dropping the Palestinian cause. It's the opposite. The same goes for Obama and Zoran. A lot of people are like, Obama's a war criminal. I'm one of those people, right? I've been very critical of the Obama administration, but I've also given the Obama administration its flowers when it deserves it, like the JCPOA, like the Cuba normalization. These are things that are unbelievably important. These are instances where Obama stuck his neck out in very meaningful ways and got punished for it, right? It wasn't the best, but it's the same as the ACA. It was the same as the ACA. He expended a lot of political and social capital. Could he have gone harder? Could he have actually set up the public option? Absolutely. But to say that these aren't consequential in the lives of so many Americans would be ridiculous. For every Libya, there is a Cuba. For every surge, there is the JCPOA. You got to call balls and strikes. Now, at the end of the day, Barack Obama appearing alongside Zoran plays a very reliable role in boosting the credibility of Zoran in the eyes of many liberals. Okay? It's protection for Zoran. It's necessary protection. So as long as Zoran doesn't turn around and goes, as long as Zoran doesn't go around, turn around and drop some of his previous positions on these issues, then it's good. It makes Zoran mainstream. It makes Zoran protected, and we need him to be protected. We need all of our soldiers to be protected, to put it that way. Same as we need our media to be protected as well. Many of you get upset when you feel as though the defenses coming from our electeds is insufficient. Why do you feel that way? Is it purely because you care about me as an individual? Or is it because you understand that left media also has to be protected in the same way? A little bit of institutional protection from liberals goes a long way, right? Because this is, in some respects, a foundation for a broader, stronger left movement. Because if that wasn't the case, right, then these guys wouldn't be spending a great deal of time and effort and money trying to defang at least one element of this broad left movement. The media, independent media, plays a significant component, a significant role in this. We are the ones who have destroyed the previous gatekeepers. Breaking Points, Majority Report, Dropsite, Zeteo, Kyle, and myself too. Democracy Now! And the more impact we have, the more aggressive the attacks will get. But we can overcome said attacks. But we have to be resilient. That's it.
Candidate, that she is really speaking to them in their language. And so we've got this dichotomy. On the one hand, she's a far left democratic socialist who, by conventional wisdom, should not be doing very well in the polls. But is it possible that these unhappy voters, these disgruntled voters who are mad at Trump, mad at the world, mad at the system, are saying, I don't give a darn if she's a socialist?
Yep. Thanksgiving flip-flop ignites new controversy in Wisconsin race. Oh, God. So, wait, what the f is this? You will see Beth no more. See Black. That's from Electrical Sparks. It's not safe to use anymore. Goodbye, Beth. You have been a real workhorse. Your namesake still is hard worker. I will miss you. God, I love Chuck Grassley. It's a sad day at Grassley household. For my 34 years and 15 years before that, at my mother-in-law's home, Beth has worked dependably. He is so goated. I can't deny it. Because of the Michigan polls, do you think Fran's race could be closer than we think? Maybe. But I have been talking to a bunch of pollsters behind the scenes, and they are fairly confident in their polling. So you never know, which is why we have to lock in, which is why I never took the Abdul race for granted, which is why I never took the Francesca race for granted, and I went out there to support both. You understand? Yes, Francesca's race is an open primary as well. And Republicans, well, I think Republicans actually, I will admit something right now. I think Republicans actually are excited about Francesca's more than they were about Abdul's. They said both Abdul and Francesca would be far weaker opponents. This is real. Except they were lying about Abdul. They legitimately believe Francesca would be a far weaker opponent than a regular moderate Democrat. However, they're wrong, okay? So you have to remember that. They're just wrong. So actually, they're underestimating Francesca Hong, and that's a good thing for us. Oh, is Wisconsin an open primary? Is not an open primary? I thought Wisconsin was an open primary. Are you sure? Wait, I mean, you'll probably know better. I don't. Open primary. Yeah, no, it is. It is an open primary. Why did you say it was a closed primary? I was right. Yeah, primary elections allow voters to determine which candidates compete in general election and can be nonpartisan or partisan. In partisan primaries, voters choose the candidates they prefer political. Is it different for the governor race? Wait, now people are saying it is closed. Oh, it's open, but you can only vote in one party? Did you ever cover the theory that due to it being an open primary, the Republicans were voting for Stevens, possibly accounting for the polling discrepancy? Yes, I have covered that theory. I don't know how much weight I put on it. It's not closed. You just can't participate in both primaries. Yeah, I just don't. Here's the thing. Yeah, you can't cross-party vote in Wisconsin. But I will say this. It's called a semi-open primary, same as Maine's was. Independents or Republicans can vote in the Dem one, but can't vote in another once they do. So the Republican primary isn't competitive. I think that's too risky. Does Tom Tiffany have opposition, actually? I don't even know. I thought Tom Tiffany was running unopposed the way that they were talking about it. So there might be like an unserious opposition, but I'm pretty sure he's unopposed, right? If there's only one Republican candidate, then in a semi-closed primary or a semi-open primary, You could see some Republicans actually lean in the direction of one candidate. Now, here's the thing. It still doesn't matter because I don't think the Republicans would vote against Francesca Hong because they're afraid of Francesca Hong. I think the Republicans are underestimating Francesca Hong,
Michigan
which is good for
Congresswoman Haley
us.
Stevens sidestepping a question
I gotta pee.
on Abdul El-Sayed's anti-Israel views in her first interview since her Senate primary loss. Watch.
What do you say to your supporters who say, I could never support El-Sayed because I'm concerned about the future of the state of Israel?
Well, look, I think people are going to have to make, a personal and private decision. Michigan is a big state. New coalitions are coming forward.
That, my friends, is a non-answer. Abdul El-Sayed has recently doubled down on his criticism of Israel, calling the Jewish state bloodthirsty. And on the other side of Lake Michigan, the same socialist ideology looking to spread in the Rust Belt to Wisconsin's governor race. That's where Francesca Hong has emerged as the frontrunner in the Democrat primary with a very clear far-left agenda.
Abolishing ICE.
Yes.
A one-year data center moratorium.
Yes.
Breaking up big ag.
Yes.
Public grocery stores.
Yes.
Right to repair.
Yes.
Legalizing cannabis.
Yes.
Overturning Citizens United.
Yes.
A workers' bill of rights.
Yes.
A free Palestine.
Yes.
Police unions, defund the police. In the service industry, we are finally having this conversation about, how our industry really did come from it and kind of is rooted in white supremacy.
Joining us now is the former communications director for Speaker McCarthy, Mark Bednar. And Mark,
I don't know why they do the yes/no speed round, because they're so dumb. That just makes her fucking look awesome. Like, I'm not saying this because I'm far left and this is a far left agenda, but like, that stuff is not going to scare the average voter. It's very stupid. Like, you just played her saying fuck big ag and yes to right to repair. That's huge. And it's really funny because, like, they just simply do not comprehend that their established norms and their established like appropriate policy agenda is actually odious to the average person. Any fucking farmer that hears her go fuck big ag, yes to a right for repair, is going to go, actually, I thought she was radical. I don't know about the ICE stuff, but farmers probably are also not exactly pro-ICE any longer because, ICE was packing up their farm hands. But they're going to hear her say yes to this shit and go, actually, I kind of like what she has to say. Americans think anything they like becomes moderate. Exactly. The reality of the matter is a moderate farmer who's watching Fox News is going to hear her say that and go, well, that's moderate. Those are moderate positions. What do you think? From the perspective of a farmer, what do you think is more radical? Being pro-right to repair so they can fucking repair their goddamn tractors without sending it to John Deere every goddamn time? Or the opposite? What do you think a farmer is going to consider to be fucking moderate? It's so stupid that an anti-flock and anti-data center is catnip for the boomer Republicans. They love that shit. They love those positions. That's part of the reason why, as I've said over and over again, there's motherfucking lawn signs with MAGA signs on them. There's motherfucking lawns with MAGA lawn signs on them next to Francesca Hong lawn signs. And yes, this is also very important to understand. If she ends up winning every single age group, can you really call her a factional candidate? We looked at the crosstabs from the State Navigate poll, and the crosstabs across age show Francesca Hong destroying with the under 44 age demographic, plus 54, 30 to 44, plus 69, 18 to 29. And even ages 45 and above, she's either plus 18 up to 64, and with 65 plus, she's tied. So she's winning every demographic. She's winning basically every type of Democratic voter. That's why she has this insane margin right now. And yet, Wisconsin seemingly is on a totally different planet, okay? That's why, for Francesca Hong, we in this community are Wisconsin nationalists, okay? The People's Republic of Wisconsin is a life of its own. People from outside of Wisconsin clearly are not identifying what is making Francesca Hong so likable. And yet, because of the way that our media works, because of the way that these fucking Beltway dipshits operate, they literally cannot comprehend. Like, they don't even look at the situation and go, this candidate that's like up fucking 40 points on everybody else is wrong. The voters are wrong. They just simply don't understand it. And then they keep opposing the voters. They don't even want to go back to their priors and maybe admit that they're wrong. They just go, nah, the voters are wrong. It's not us. It's crazy. How can you look at this situation and not realize that maybe your calculation is wrong? How can you not recognize that perhaps your calculation is absolutely busted here? And yeah, Mark Pecan did it too, to Neera Tanden as well. I'm deeply disturbed by the possibility this candidate does not understand the primary electorate is different from the general electorate. In literally every election, half the candidates selected by the primary lose, and many, like Carrie Lake, lose winnable races. Mark Pecan, remember when I told you we needed Hillary Clinton to come to Wisconsin when she was running in 2016, and you never got her there? I think I would sit this one out if I were you. We got this. Pick one of the other 49 to focus on, please. Wisconsin will support the primary winner, Neera Tanden. Big fan of yours, and I don't remember this, but I'm sure you're right. I didn't control Hillary's travel schedule, so I hope you told more than me. I deeply worry about a GOP election denier in the governor mansion in 2028. I see data like Marquee Wisconsin poll showing her behind Tiffany as Dems are beating GOP across the country, and I wonder why you're so confident, because in the Senate in 2022, as I recall, you were quite confident Ron Johnson would lose. Not personal. Let's just say I trust DGA and others. Tiffany is extremely toxic in Wisconsin on multiple fronts. My job is to make sure we don't kill each other in the primary, and I'm doing my best on that. We appreciate national help in a positive way. In Wisconsin, the differential is stark. Not a single under 40-year-old has been for anyone but Fran. Those 80 and above definitely trend towards Crowley at the doors, but they do not want any Republican to win. Exactly. That's why we have safety. That's why I say, with this very important if the DGA and which they will, by the way, the DGA will coalesce around and will push for Francesca Hong if she's the winner or when she is the winner of the primary. So I'm not very worried about that. Okay. And Mark Pecan understands that as well. But here's the thing. The reason why I always say that these unique left flank candidates have an easier shot at winning, especially when there is populist rage that they can lean into, okay, is because the Democrats already have the lifelong Democratic Party voters wrapped up. The anti-Trump voters are always going to vote for the Democrats no matter what. So in the primary, they might be strong opposition, but in the general, they're on board. They're on board with the process, okay? Those guys are a lock anyway. So the actual unique candidate, the left flank candidate that is actually bringing turnout and drawing support from unlikely, like young voters, is more likely to win in the general than a centrist Democrat who leans into the Democratic Party base. Bro, you have no idea how bad the astroturfing is in Wisconsin right now. Every form of media is getting blasted with any Hong messaging. Money faucet turned towards us. Yeah, my only fear is that I don't know if the Hong campaign is like, I mean, I love Francesca Hong. You guys know this. I just don't know if they're like aware that they accidentally nationalized the campaign a little bit by responding to the old tweets. And when that happens, the media will, once they prick and once they draw blood, they're not going to stop. They smell the blood. There's blood in the water. They're going to keep fucking hammering now. And the difference, of course, with Abdul was he was able to very successfully play the role of he was able to jujitsu every single media hit into an opportunity to deliver what his message was. Whereas with Francesca Hong, I worry a little bit that the nationalization of this otherwise like previously sleepy race for Wisconsin governor is only causing people to think that she doesn't have the goods when she does. She has great policies. It's just that she's too nice, and her personality, which I think is very appealing to Wisconsinites, clearly, demonstrably, is making people undermine her further in the now nationalized media campaign. It's too late for them to change the outcome, though. No, guys, it's never too late. You can't think like that. Huh. Like, I listened to the Chapo criticisms of Francesca Hong, and I will admit there was one thing that Felix actually nailed. They were being far too harsh on her, as always. But there was one thing that they nailed. Felix actually said something that I do kind of agree with. He said the Thanksgiving response that she delivered reminded him of Kamala Harris. It was too wordy. It was too long-winded. It felt like she was trying to filibuster the question. And there's a little bit of truth to that. Now, this is not me being a doomer at all. This is just an area of improvement. That's it. Like, I don't think this is going to ruin her chances or anything like that. I'm not saying that at all. I don't think this is a make it or break it situation for her at all. But I do think that feedback is important because she needs to be more cutting. She needs to be more biting. And she needs to, in every single instance, flip the narrative back to a policy in the same way that Zoran did, in the same way that all of our left flank candidates have done. Yeah. There was another candidate who was doing that a little bit. Her name is Julie Gonzalez, if you recall. And if you remember our interview that we did with Julie, I had to stop her and literally tell her, like, you can be more direct with your responses and then get into the explainer. It's always better to be more direct. It's always better to just be bold. So yeah, because it's vibes. It's all vibes. And you can't come across as like you're defensive. You just answer the question. Like, I would go so far as say it'd be better if she was straight up like, look, I tweeted that. I don't really like Thanksgiving. I know many others do. As governor, I'm not going to cancel Thanksgiving. That's ridiculous. Like, even if she leaned into her previous position, that would probably be better than just like, and project confidence. That would probably be better vibes based overall than to take a long-winded approach like she did. The best answer for her is to just be like, yeah, I love Thanksgiving. Woke 1.0 was crazy. I love Thanksgiving. I'm a chef. And I'm not going to cancel Thanksgiving. Tom Tiffany, on the other hand, and the Trump administration is literally canceling Thanksgiving because the prices are out of control. What is this? Your own Democratic Party is not supporting you in the current that you have to fight against to win a Senate or governor seat is unimaginable. Your own party is not owning your position to maintain status quo party elite structure, and Republicans are preying on that division and hoping on it or preying on it to get more out of hand before midterms so they can cash in on that. Yes, that's exactly what's going on. That's why I said don't fall into this fucking trap. Do not fall into this fucking trap. Boomer Wojak is correct. The Republicans are preying on the liberal Democrats caring more about defending their comfortable seats and their comfortable positions in the seat of power and the center of the party than defeating the Republicans. And some of them might actually do it. Some of them might actually fucking attack as Neera Tanden continues to do so. Mark Pocan's opinion is the right one, is the correct one. Telling Neera Tanden to shut the fuck up and just focus on other races, please.
You saw in that original clip we showed, she was there with every socialist favorite Sherpa, Hasan Piker. Hong is expected, like Abdul El-Sayed, to win by huge margins. But as we saw, El-Sayed did not win by huge margins. Do you expect the same for Hong? Sort of the big hype and then pretty tight race.
Well, Republicans and independents, conservatives of all stripes can't take this race for granted. It's likely that she's going to win. But of course, like we've seen that these polling has come a lot increasingly closer. One thing that's interesting as polling has shown for Hong that younger voters really support her, but it drops off over age. So it's going to be about.
No, it doesn't. It's literally even 65 plus is tied.
The turnout on next Tuesday, are younger voters, the ones who support her, are they going to turn out in a primary election when typically it's older voters who are the ones who are, higher propensity voting? So she will still likely win, but, Republicans can't just pat her on the head and say you have crazy views and just assume that she's going to take the cake here.
Yeah, I think that's an important warning for Republicans. Just saying socialist, communist doesn't mean you get the votes come November when you actually need them. One thing that I think is her most controversial take is what her take is on Thanksgiving. You can't talk Hong without talking turkey. Watch this flip-flop on Turkey Day.
Thanksgiving is also a time that's incredibly painful for me.
Like this stuff is not make it or break it anyway. And you have to remember something. Again, 1, Trump is president. 2, Cost of living crisis is getting worse and worse every single day. These guys are silly. But if our side doesn't have tangible run on, then that silliness will take over the race as it has done in the past. We must define ourselves before we allow our opposition to define us. And we must define ourselves by our policies. And Francesca has done a great job doing that so far, which is part of the reason why I don't think these sorts of media hits are going to actually fucking work. Okay? That's it. This is woke 1.0. I mean, she is a little bit woke 1.0 in some respects, but it doesn't matter.
In our communities. My favorite holiday is Thanksgiving.
I mean, you can't make that up. To be clear, Election Day is November 3rd. Not talking primary. I'm fast forwarding.
I don't get it. She's trolling. Like, God, they're doing to her what they do to me all the fucking time. Jesus Christ, I hate this shit so much. These guys are so nasty. They're such nasty little freaks. I hate it. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, you can't joke. I think she's fine. If all they got is Thanksgiving, then that's phenomenal, you know? It's phenomenal for us. But, you know, getting control over your messaging is definitely very, very important, okay? Getting control over your messaging is very, very, very important. And a big part of that is a big part of that happens when you have, will this line of attack actually work? Fuck no. What are you talking about? Dude, why would it work? You think one of her policy planks is to cancel Thanksgiving, to make it illegal? Going door to door? It's ridiculous. Now, I'll give you a message that actually is toxic, actually poisonous, actually is a million times worse than running on the Thanksgiving cancellation platform. I present to you David Crowley, who dropped out at 6% to consolidate support behind Sarah Rodriguez, who then had to drop out because her campaign exploded. Now David Crowley's back in the race. Outbound Governor Tony Evers is showing support to David Crowley, but David Crowley has said a bunch of insane things. This is one of them.
I would argue we have to listen to independents and Republicans because we don't have a monopoly on good ideas. I would argue we have to listen to.
Yes, we do. You don't. We do. I said this is far worse than a million Thanksgiving tweets. Like, who? What is a good idea from a Republican that you can take on? Can you please explain that to me? What is the good Republican idea? He is so funny because he's such a classic establishment suit. Just an empty establishment suit, which, by the way, ironically, he has said is a slur, okay? Which is another insane thing that he said, okay? He said it's racist to call him establishment. But that is such a classic establishment suit take where you're just like, bipartisanship for the sake of bipartisanship. Everybody's got good ideas. Like, you only do that. You only say that when you are utterly devoid of any kind of ideas, okay? Like, this is old school liberal Democratic Party messaging where, like, we got to find bipartisanship. We are in 2026. It's done. There is no fucking bipartisanship. Wake up. And there is no appetite for this vague gesture towards good ideas coming from the Republicans in your base. None whatsoever. It is no longer 1994. We're done. We are living in Trump's America. The fuck do you mean? We got to find bipartisanship. That ship sailed a long time ago. What could possibly be a good idea that we could pick up from Tom Tiffany? That the election was stolen? Is that one of the good ideas? Like, there's none. I don't even think half of the liberals have good ideas. Like, the Republican policy platform is literally constantly changing. Okay? It's constantly changing. Why is it constantly changing? Because it is at the mercy of Donald Trump. So 1 week, the Republican policy platform is whatever Donald Trump is feeling that day. The next week is whatever Donald Trump is feeling that way. Last week, it was med beds. What do you think? Why do you think this is going to be a good message anyway? To win even the fucking, the Democratic primary? It just doesn't make any sense. Then he did this.
It's time for us to revisit our tax structure. But, you know, it's about bringing people to the table. We have to look at this system holistically and not just saying tax the rich. And the reason why I say that is tax.
Because you don't want to win elections. That's the reason why you say that. I mean, dude, I'd much prefer a guy like this running against candidates that I like. A guy who's just like so oblivious to the things that are going on in the ground, a guy who is so out of step with the needs of the base and the demands of the base. It's awesome. Super out of touch. I love it.
Isn't the rich going to give us everything that we need? Are there other revenue opportunities outside of the income tax that we should be looking at to make sure the resources are available?
Do you worry that a higher tax rate on wealthy Wisconsinites could cause them to potentially move to another state where the tax rate is lower then, or?
I think that's always a possibility.
Bro, Francesca, you can go on Caitlin Collins and be like, I am making Halloween illegal, okay? Francesca should go on Caitlin Collins and do a victory lap and just flex. This is poison, okay? This is electoral poison. This is just a poisonous idea anyway. Francesca Hong could go on Caitlin Collins' show and be like, I will literally arrest children for doing trick-or-treating. And it would not be as bad as this fucking take. I'm obviously exaggerating. I hope she doesn't do that. I hope that's not a policy position that she has. But like, come on, man. Come on, man. Here's another one. Here's another one.
We are not...
Just got back from the centrist rally. Amazing turnout. Thousands of people holding hands and chanting, better things aren't possible. Here it is again. Let's see another one. Let's see another one.
This campaign on slogans. We are leading with leadership, executive leadership, and being honest to the public about what we can and cannot do. We are not running this campaign.
You say that as though you don't know Fran is anti-Halloween unironically. I know she is. I don't know why. I don't understand it, but it's fine. She's anti-holiday. Here's a way to fix that, by the way. She could just be like, look, I'm your governor. I'm going to work through every goddamn holiday so you can have a great holiday. You know what I mean? It's not for me. It's for you. I respect it. Maybe that's why.
On slogans. We are leading with leadership, executive leadership, and being honest to the public about what we can and cannot do. We are not running this campaign on slogans. We are leading with leadership, executive leadership, and being honest to the public about what we can and cannot do.
It's beautiful. Thank you. We just simply can't do things. Here's another one. Francesca Hong's opponent, David Crowley, says of data centers that we have to look at the possible opportunity of getting us a piece of it.
When it comes down to the growth, we also have to understand that, like, tech is here, and that is the opportunity that we have to take advantage of. And while we have to make sure that we put guardrails in place, protecting ourselves from these data centers when it comes down to our environment, when it comes down to our energy, I also look at the possible opportunity of us getting a piece of it. When it comes...
Now, here's the thing. Mainstream media will never run these quotes because mainstream media agrees with David Crowley's position. So mainstream media will, of course, run the quotes of Francesca Hong being like, oh, I think Halloween ain't shit, or I hate every holiday that anyone has ever experienced. Like, they'll run those quotes nonstop, but this is what is actually electoral poison. He said, we're leading with leadership, man. And then he said, we got to get a piece of those data centers.
He said,
I think Crowley, the reason why, what is this? Clavicular was here in EE after you shit on us so much, have link. You were shitting so much on Estonia that Clavicular was in EE Estonia. Estonia mentioned. Okay, great, man. I don't think he went to Estonia because I've been joking about Estonia. Plus, I would never shit on Estonia. Estonia comes to me in my dreams, chatter.
No, we're not doing it. I get a phone call Wednesday night. And they say, well, just sleep on it. Yeah. And so actually, you know, me and my wife prayed. And my wife, she said, during the prayer, she said, God, I don't like subtleties, so make it very obvious. And she actually asked to see like a red bird and like was very specific, right? And so, Thursday come around and we're still getting phone calls. And now my wife is actually answering my phone and saying, we're done. We're not doing this.
Okay.
Because if she's not there, I am absolutely not.
Yeah, we know how that works.
And so Friday, but Thursday I was uneasy. I didn't go to bed until like 3 o'clock Friday morning. And so I go to bed, Friday morning comes, my wife goes to work, takes the girls to day camp and everything. And I'm getting all these phone calls, but I am knocked out sleep, because I had a late night. And so my wife...
Because you Milwaukee County executives can just sleep in on a Friday?
Man, that's the first time I done slept in a long time, I will tell you that. But my wife... she does outreach. She actually works for an organization called Community Advocates, helping people find rapid rehousing, find homes, working with the homelessness. And so she was actually setting up her outreach table. And as she's setting up her outreach table, what does she see? She sees the red bird that she had prayed. And not even thinking about it, not even 2 minutes later, she gets a phone call that is informing her about the lieutenant governor dropping out.
That one is whatever. I don't really give a shit about it that much. But the other ones are fucking irredeemable. Okay?
Assuming she wins next week. Election day is November 3rd. Thanksgiving is November 26th. I'm thinking she goes back to hating Thanksgiving, immediately after the votes are counted. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Todd, it's incredible. The fact that the
Wait, what? Asked about his support from some conservatives, David Crowley replies, there's a lot of people who always say, well, we have to fight back. But it's like, okay, they also represent a different community in the state of Wisconsin, right? At what point do these pendulums swing so far? Wait, what? He said he doesn't want to fucking fight back against the Republicans? What the fuck is this guy saying, bro?
I've had strong conservatives in the state say, David Crowley is an example county executive who does work across aisles. Is that your separator?
I think it does separate me from everybody else, and I think that there's a lot of people who always say,
bro said fighting is not possible. Republicans have good ideas. We shouldn't fight back against the Republicans. Why is he running on the Democratic ticket? What the fuck? Bro's just a Republican? What is this?
we have to fight back. But it's like, okay, they also represent a different community in the state of Wisconsin, right? We may have 72 counties. We may have 99 assembly districts, 33 Senate districts, but we're still one Wisconsin. And so let's figure out how we can create that balance because I think, right?
Bro, what is happening? Bro, what is this talent? What is this talent pool? Oh my God. Every time I hear David Crowley speak, I understand why Francesca has like 20 plus, 30 plus points. Bro, if this is the option for Wisconsin Democrats, there's nothing, like, it's not even a question. Like, what are you talking about? This guy is too woke. Yeah, I feel like he just spun that around. He just looped back around to being like far too open-minded to the Republicans. Like, what the fuck?
Now we're in this place where the pendulum is always going to swing. But at what point do these pendulums swing so much to the far left and the far right to where we can't create any stability? That's what I'm afraid of.
I've had strong conservatives in the state say, David Crowley is an example county executive who does work across aisles. Is that your separator?
My man, David has moved on the woke 3.0. The Podjons practically endorsed this guy on the Friday show, by the way. Yes, because here's the thing. The Podjons are also still very like optics focused. They're not ideologically socialist people, right? They're just more open-minded to socialists and their left flank, like winning races and maybe switching it up a little bit, changing the game up a little bit. That's it. That's the reason why they like these guys. And I like them. I like the Podjons. I talk to them all the time. I have no problem with them. But if you don't have a firm commitment to a movement, okay? If you don't have a firm commitment to a movement, things like that are going to shake your confidence in a candidate because these guys only care about winning elections, right? And we care about winning elections too, but we care about something beyond winning elections as well. We care about an agenda and delivering on an agenda. I think that's the real difference between a lot of establishment Democrats and even people like the Podjons who are liberal, but also agnostic to their left flank, who are not antagonistic to their left flank. Because the reason why they love Abdul El-Sayed, because the Podjons love Abdul El-Sayed. They do. They've been there from day one. Abdul literally worked under the Pod Save America podcasting network. So I will give them a lot of credit, always. They've been there, frame one, day one. Okay, they were big Abdul boosters from the start. But Abdul's not a socialist. But that doesn't matter because they love Zoran. They fucking love Zoran. Okay. So here's the thing. I think the reason why they love Abdul but are, worried about Francesca is because they care a lot about, they care almost entirely about like winning elections and defeating Republicans, which is fine. I care about that too, but they don't have any many of them don't have any additional interest in like following this agenda of Medicare for all and stuff like that. They're not antagonistic to it, which is why I respect them. But if your goal is simply to defeat Republicans, you're going to fall victim to the optics arguments all the time. And I think that stunts your analysis a little bit, even when the information, the empirical evidence that you can receive out of Wisconsin is showing you that your worldview is completely wrong. Because, like, look, here's the reality. If I have a candidate that I favor, that I'm really in the tank for, okay, and the polls show that that candidate is, like, you know, unfortunately 30 points behind, okay, I have to really reconsider, like, what is going on there, right? Shoykat Chakrabarty is a great example. He wasn't like 30 points behind, but he couldn't win. I have to look at what the voters' demands are. The voters oppose Shoykat. Part of that is because Shoykat didn't have, and I said this from the start, right? Like, I was very open about his chances. The reason why I was concerned about Shoykat and very open about his chances because he's a centimillionaire. He was seen as a part of the, you know, techno-fascists that the left oppose unconditionally. And not only that, but also Shoykat was not trusted by the institutional left in San Francisco. That's precisely the reason why, as I told you, they went and they chose Connie Chen to run as the institutional left's candidate of choice. And it failed. It failed. He didn't receive any of the big national endorsements, and unfortunately, he failed. Now, if he was running currently with all of the other exciting candidates that he had endorsed that had come and, you know, stumped for him and rallied for him, maybe we'd be in a very different media environment. Who knows? But the reality of the matter is, I understood why people were opposing him. It wasn't just, you know, I wasn't just delivering an optics argument. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was aware of what his chances look like. So I think it's more accurate that the left didn't choose anyone. Nobody got endorsed or sought it. You're wrong. You're just talking about DSA. DSA didn't endorse anybody, but DSA members were definitely out canvassing for Connie. Anyway, I don't want to even get back into San Francisco. San Francisco is unfortunately, as it stands currently, busted beyond repair. It's just owned the city completely.
Media, they're kind of bubble wrapping these questions to allow her to kind of do a do-over. Maybe she has a better answer for a general election audience. But even still, she looks so uncomfortable. She looks like she's in a hostage video. And Todd, what's even more important that your viewers need to know about Thanksgiving in Wisconsin is that this is also the time for deer hunting. So this is when hundreds of thousands of deer hunters take their blaze orange. They go out, they plan their whole Thanksgiving holiday around the opportunity to deer hunt. So this is not just about her wanting to dismantle a single day or she feels uncomfortable with a lot of family around. It's much broader than that. This is about dismantling important days to, you know, us as a state, but also to us as a country. And as we get closer to Election Day, this is really important, Todd, because in 2024, Wisconsin, they turned out at the highest rate, at least of this century. 76.6% of voters, eligible voters, turned out to vote. And when the chips were on the table, President Trump...
Dog, what the fuck? How is this your takeaway? As far as I understand, Francesca Hong has no statements about deer hunting, okay? I do not know where that came from. I don't know why he just like slapped that onto the convo for no reason. Where did that come from? Is she anti-deer hunting too? As a Minnesotan, this was very insightful. I found out the gun season for deer is 1.5 weeks in Wisconsin. It's like 3 here.
Delivered, just like he did in every swing state. However, what that should tell everybody is that Democrats, they're going to show up. Right now, they are more jazzed, they are more energized to go out to vote. So even if she has these crazy views and, you know, untenable towards any general election audience, Democrats are still going to show up. So the job is on Tom Tiffany and Republicans, Trump voters of all sorts, to actually get out and vote.
Turnout. One thing that happened in 2024 is...
Oh, he's saying by proxy of her wanting to stop Thanksgiving, she could ruin deer hunting because those guys won't get time off to hunt deer. That's so funny. That is fucking hilarious, dude. Like, Francesca Hong is running on a platform of canceling Thanksgiving and therefore deer hunting. It's awesome.
People did turn out for Trump, and he faced Kamala Harris. But a new Washington Post op-ed is declaring this is Kamala Harris's moment, arguing America needs the former vice president now more than ever. But how they get there is pretty interesting. This is from this article. Harris's empty platitudes can be enjoyed by all, so vacuous that they can be savored with no danger of compromising one's political leanings. If you support Medicare for all or a private insurance model, Harris does too. If you want to frack baby frack or push through the Green New Deal, Harris does too. No need to compromise your beliefs. Harris does it for you. I mean, look, that's a pretty spot on recitation of her flip-flopping, but what about the overall takeaway? Is this her moment?
Well, it's truly wonderful. The fact that the argument is basically her word salad off the rails, and you can't actually understand what she's saying or what she believes in. I think Republicans would be really pining for her to run again. The fact that she went through such a bruising primary and came out with all these crazy views, much in the lines of Francesca Hong, except on a national level. But also the fact that Kamala Harris, she believes that the only reason that she lost is because she only had 107 days. It's the title of her book. So it's not about her. It's about the time that she had. Her big problem, though, Todd, is that it's not about mechanics of her campaign. It's not about the duration of the campaign election season. It's her as a candidate. She's between her policy positions, her inability to communicate, this stems as her as a candidate. If she decides to win, I think a lot of people will applaud that because it'll offer Republicans the best chance to win in 2028.
Covering You Decide 2026, Governor Evers rips into the Democratic frontrunner in the primary to replace him.
Yeah, primary day. It is just 5 days away now. Things are really heating up. Jason Calvi joining us in the newsroom with the latest on these big races.
Ben and Kim, this is really a national test. The question, can a Democratic socialist win in a battleground state? Francesca Hong with Democratic Socialists is leading the polls. Even an internal poll from the David Crowley campaign this week shows Hong up by 18 points. This week, Hong had to respond to X posts from 2020 about canceling Thanksgiving. In a CNN interview, she didn't clearly retract her past post. Then later this week, she told Politico, in fact, Thanksgiving is her favorite holiday. There were also old tweets I asked her about defunding the police. Now she says she would not sign a bill to do that. Governor Tony Evers today at the State Fair says he's not sure Hong can beat Republican Tom Tiffany.
She's in a tough place. She has spent her entire campaign dealing with, not with the issues, but what's on the Twitter. And
what? Bro, that's literally the opposite. Up until this past week. There was no Thanksgiving gate or anything like that. Also, oh my God, Tony Evers is so old. Holy shit.
I just find that that's not a good way to beat Tom Tiffany. And if you start that way,
no wonder he's done, you know?
Spend your whole time doing that instead of having somebody like the county executive here talking about the issues.
Now, it is true Hong has talked about the issues, including her plan for a moratorium on new data centers in Wisconsin. We did ask the Hong campaign to respond to the governor, and I haven't yet heard back. Evers has backed Milwaukee County Executive David Crowley. The Crowley campaign says this race is much closer than these polls are suggesting. It points to Michigan, where the primary results this week were much closer than the polls showed. Ben?
I don't think anyone's taking anything for granted. This race is really unpredictable. All right, Jason, thanks.
There is this age-old theory that in light of how much of a swing state a place like Wisconsin is, that Democrats have to run a so-called moderate, a generic Democrat, which you very much are not, in order to have a chance to win the governor's race. You running a populist campaign, what's your response to that?
These are dangerous times. We have fascism growing and economic uncertainty coupled with the growth of AI. We have trillionaires now. The most dangerous thing we could do is do more of the same. We have people right now who are rightful.
She's always mogging. It's pretty cool. Hasan with the Macus order. No, I got teriyaki chicken as always. Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong is a former child star, OnlyFans model, senior campaign. Oh, it's Renee. This is Tim Faust's wife. She's fucking dope, dude. She's awesome. She was on the stream. She was on the broadcast. Who gives a fuck? David Sirota looks like Adam Friedland went to the beach that makes you old is so funny.
Really angry and frustrated in feeling that and recognizing that a system is very rigged against us. And we would be grossly out of touch and irresponsible to not grow a coalition of voters of supporters who are going to continue to vote for Democrats because we've done the bold and courageous thing of actually standing up for working class people. I think that we are showing through our campaign that is multi-generational, that has broad support from Gen Z and younger voters who are tired not just of the status quo, but of a two-party system altogether. Yet we are bringing them in, and I'm running, yes, as a Democratic Socialist on the Democratic ticket as a Democrat, that we're building the big coalition and the big tent party that we say we are.
But just to challenge you a little bit,
Yeah.
the fascism question, like I always hear that whipped around as like, okay, yes, you're right. Like the stakes are so big now. The Republicans are authoritarians. They're so dangerous. We're moving into such dangerous times that the only thing we should be thinking about is this notion of electability. In this theory, past electability is prelude. Like we know how we ran in the past. We've run these kinds of campaigns in the past that are very different from your campaign. And what's dangerous is to run a very different campaign. And we should run the same campaigns that we've run in the past that have at times eked out victories. By the way, this is the same argument that's happening nearby in Michigan, right? Against Abdul El-Sayed, right? A Democratic senator in Michigan in the last election ran as a very corporate friendly, a quote unquote moderate Democrat and eked out a win. And I asked Abdul El-Sayed, hey, listen, what about the argument you just, instead of that Michigan is most easily won in that Senate race by just running that back? And so what about the idea that your kind of politics are a threat to the kind of electability that's necessary to win the general election?
The most electable person is the person who wins the most votes. And we have been winning since we started this campaign in the polls, in growing numbers of supporters. I think that what is dangerous is to miscalculate where voters are at right now. Who is in touch with the voters and what are they saying? And who is vocal about it? Who is willing to fight to elect their candidate? And our fighters, our supporters, are people who haven't engaged in politics before. We fought the disillusionment and apathy that the Dems keep losing to and not being able to grow a broader coalition. There hasn't.
Real Sirota heads know. What the fuck? Second chorus, what's the time code? I love the show. I used to listen to shows like crazy when I was in high school. You literally don't know how to listen to music, man. I mean, I grew up with the Strokes, man. What do you mean? Where is it? Oh my God. Amongst this verse of criticism towards modern media, Julian Casablancas directly refers to American journalist and socialist thinker Chris Hedges. Julian interviewed Hedges as a part of his SOS Earth is a Mess series for Rolling Stone in 2020. Oh, he's shitting on the rest of the media and saying, I hope that they're like Chris Hedges instead, which, okay, that's goated. Where's the Anthony Fantano line? Oh, I heard that 20 years ago I did Fantano word for word when I was a kid. Stick to technical because that's great. But you would not recognize art in any age? No! Oh my God! He cooked Fantano! Got him. I know the drama. It's because Fantano was like a big fan of the Strokes and still is. But he was like confused about why he used like AI art, right? Fantano doesn't like the voice Julian's sideband.
Hi everyone, Big Thinny named Tano here, the internet's busiest music nerd, and yeah, we gotta talk about this. I have once again been immortalized against my will in the lyrics of the brand new Strokes album Reality Awaits on the track specifically Lonely in the Future. Now, I want to let it be known before I say what I'm going to say here. I have not heard this song yet. I have not heard the Strokes album outside of the singles. I don't need to because this video is not a review of the song or me assessing the quality of this record and its music in any way. This is more me talking about the lyric Where I Come Up, which is posted on platforms like Genius, and the mention of me is actually confirmed by Rolling Stone in their coverage of this record too, so it is real. It is a thing. So let's start getting into this by reading the lyric itself. Julian says, I heard that 20 effing years ago I did, Fantano word for word when I was a kid, stick to the technical, cause that's great, but you would not recognize art in any age. Okay, so essentially Julian's insult or assessment of me is that I lack the ability to
Not so great when the shoe's on the other foot, is it, critic boy? When the artist turns into the critic against the music critic, all of a sudden, shoes on the other foot.
Recognize art and describing art only in sort of like a technical fashion is the only thing I'm really good for as a critic and commentator. Now, for greater context here, just in case you are not really in the know, these sentiments and opinions, Julian has more or less expressed before, not too long ago, on a recent podcast hosted by none other than Joe Talbot of Idols fame, where, again, he said exactly that. Austin, I'm sure, will present the clip here.
Anthony Fantano.
Oh my God, how dare you?
How do I what? Are you being protective of your brother?
Oh, hell no. He's not my brother. He should stick to, you know what he should stick to? He should stick to like analysis when he's like methodically and scientifically describing things. He does a good like job of like, they used this studio and did this. And so he's good at that. When it comes to like art taste, he's like trash and knows nothing and wouldn't know. And he like reviews old albums to sound like he knows what he's talking about, which is like, wow, or like, yeah, like review an old Lou Reed record and say it's cool.
And look, at the time I addressed Julian saying this on this YouTube channel, and being offhandedly mentioned by somebody in a long podcast interview is whatever, it happens, but literally being mentioned by name on your new album, which is...
Isn't this the guy that wants you off the Democratic Party? Yes, this is James Carville, internet's busiest music nerd. Yes, James Carville contains multitudes. Why are you guys laughing? It's literally James Carville.
Being printed physically to CD and vinyl and being released into the world, and people are going to pay money for this media and stream it on Spotify and Apple Music and so on and so forth. That's a little bit different. Now, of course, this is not the first time I have been mentioned on an artist's song. It has happened in the past.
Yeah, James Carville this is James Carville when he got rehydrated, okay? Like a raisin. When he was on CNN the other day, he was dried down. They let him out. They left him out in the sun for too long. This is him rehydrated. They put him back on creatine and hydrated the out of him, and this is what he looks like normally.
Be it on records from Brockhampton or even Post Malone, who had a funny moment mentioning my name at the end of Beer Bongs and Bentleys. But this is quite a bit different. Not even funny or silly or tongue-in-cheek in any way whatsoever. Really just a bitter diss. And one that I find very funny because it's one of the few beefs I have going on in the music industry, though I really don't. This is not a beef. If anything, it's one-sided at best. It's so funny that Julian has mentioned me in numerous contexts on social media and in conversation in a public fashion, but almost every time.
Okay, you know what's crazy about this? This is literally like me getting dissed by a political figure. Because it's like, it's not supposed to happen. You're breaking the fourth wall. You know what I mean? Now, I like Julian, and I grew up listening to the Strokes. And I'm certain that Fantano, probably back in the day, was probably a fan as well. I suspect their older records. I suspect that he is. Yeah, the Halsey thing was crazy. Actually, oh my God, the Halsey one was actually insane. There was like a little bit of woke 1.0 in there too.
So many in his audience kind of come away from it scratching their heads because they can so plainly see that, like, I am a fan of the Strokes. I am a fan of Julian's work. The Strokes are easily one of my favorite bands of the 2000s, and anytime I have been critical of Julian's or the Strokes' work, it's come from the place of a fan quite clearly. Like, I'm not out here to actively bully Julian and the band. If anything, I would say I'm a little bit of an apologist, especially given a lot of the glowing coverage I've given to the Voids over the years too. That is except for the latest Voids album, which I've said before, and I will say it again, I feel like is kind of the crux of, you know, Julian's issue with me. Not only was I quite harsh on the music on that record because, I don't know, to my ears, it felt very low quality and demo quality compared to everything the Voids had done up until that point. But I was one among many who was also kind of disappointed to find that the cover art for that album, I guess, had been AI generated. Like, very ironic to be making the claim that I can't recognize art when I see it, when you clearly think nothing of presenting your music with AI art. It's a silly and confusing situation for sure. And part of my reason for wanting to make this video is to come on here and to communicate you guys that this is all as weird to me as it is to you. And despite this kind of pithy comment and mention, my hope is to go into this new Strokes album with an open mind.
I think there's something really funny about this community and my personal relationship with Anthony Fantano, that he is Mr. Music and I am Mr. Anti-Music, and yet we are friends. That's hilarious altogether, but it's also very funny that, like, anytime he reviews an album or has anything to say about any artist, oh my God, this community that an objectively anti-music guy loses their minds. Like, his take on AI art, I agree with unconditionally, okay? But because there are so many dick eaters of artists, no matter what happens, there are always in here who go, dude, no, I hate him for this one. Oh, his critique that the latest Voids album was like low quality is such vapid critique. It's bullshit. He's your friend, so you aren't unbiased about him? No, the only reason why I'm not biased about him is because I don't listen to music. That's it. So he can never hit me in my soul, because music is so like music brings out this feeling in people where you feel a sense of closeness in ways that you can't with any other form of art almost. So when you feel a sense of closeness to a particular artist because of your personal opinion about that artist, about the art and how it touched you, when a music critic delivers a scathing review to an artist that you love, an artist that you admire, an album that you actually really appreciated, people lose their chill.
And with hopes to enjoy it, even though I haven't really liked the teasers due to their overuse of autotune, which again is a feeling and a perspective that has been shared by a lot of Strokes fans. Given Julian's singling out of me, I do think it is important to remind people that it's not like my opinions on the Strokes up until this point have been so far and away outside of the norm among their fan base. The last thing I would like to say, though, is I know in the past people have been angry at me or have been upset at me when I have stood 10 toes down for my content for the legacy I've built up until this point, having done this for 20 years now, because the Needle Drop started as a podcast back in 2007. Because of all that time put in, all of that effort put in, all of the growth that I've seen since those early days of the Needle Drop brand, yeah, it's upsetting and personally disheartening to me when I am confronted with these, frankly, bunk assessments of me and what I do. And I'm sorry, but in this case, while everyone is free to disagree with my opinions and think I'm wrong or that I am, completely clueless when it comes to certain records or certain genres, the claim that I completely lack the ability to assess or recognize art is just patently untrue, especially from somebody of Julian's position, because what was I doing with every positive review I've given to you or the Strokes over the years? What was I doing when I was giving bands like Geese positive coverage long before most people even knew about them, before even Julian knew about them?
Now we know where Geese came from. It was botted. It was Anthony Fantano that botted Geese. Now we know, which also has a very, strangely enough, a very weird magazine about communism. I don't even understand what they were doing over there when they decided they just wanted to be multimedia, I guess, multi-platform media. Yeah. Classic Geese psyop. It's also a commie psyop.
I presume, because I had reviewed them years before he decided to post them up on Instagram. And even in the case of the podcast of the man that he appeared on, Joe from Idols, my reviews covering their work are some of the most popular videos about the band when it comes to any sort of commentary on the YouTube platform, on the internet. I was going pretty hard for Idols much earlier than a lot of people were back when they dropped their Brutalism album, and it's been really cool to watch the band grow and evolve since then. Of course, this is not me coming on to say like, I made these artists popular and they owe their success to me. That's not my argument. Here's my argument. I have a history of being an early adopter of a lot of different musical movements and a lot of artists who have gone on to do really cool and great things. Artists who have gone on to be widely admired by other artists in their respective genres and scenes. I loved these artists and their work and supported various album cycles from them, not because anybody told me to like them or anybody explained to me, behind the scenes that they were really cool and, helped me get it. I heard their music, I saw what they were doing from a distance, and I made that assessment on my own. I've been doing it for over 10.
He's just defending his credentials. This streamer, I don't care about. Why is he relevant? He's my friend, and he's getting attacked by another artist that I, grew up listening to. I'm supporting Melon in this, but I also do like the Strokes as well. So I'm actually a little bit conflicted. So I hope that we can merge these two forces together and invent woke. Fantano interviewed Olivia Rodrigo, another HasanAbi head. Yeah. Is he actually your mate? Anthony Fantano? Yes. Yes, we've even worked out together. He's visited LA. I almost brought him to one of my events, but he had something going on. How do we know she's a HasanAbi head? She used to follow me back in the day on all the social media platforms. She used to follow me on all the social media platforms, and there's still like old Instagram posts that she liked way back when. She used to, yeah. I say used to because she deleted all of her followers. She did the mass unfollowing. Yep, Dog Shock, Lever, Smash. No, that's not true. Why are you guys fucking making shit up? No, this was many, many years prior. Many, many years prior to this one. Chatters are so funny. They they hallucinate battles in their minds and get mad all the same. I'm eating teriyaki chicken and rice. Yeah, very different time. Willing to bet this person was a big fan back then, probably hates me now. Not Olivia Rodrigo. I mean, like, dude, you know what's really funny? Like, so many people have gone through the motions of being a fan, maybe even having having my commentary play a formative role in their like development, move past the point, decide that they're far more radical than me, decide that I'm a sheepdog for the Democratic Party, come back to the community later. And it's really funny because like, I'm jealous. In this day and age is not coming anywhere near me publicly. Don't be fucking ridiculous. She's literally a media behemoth. She probably has a team of like 500 people. They would assassinate me with a drone strike before letting her come on the stream. We're talking about a person who is like worth as a media product, maybe like hundreds of millions of dollars. Like their ceiling is even larger than that. And the industry, like the company that basically controls her, is worth billions. So there's no shot that that's going to happen. You're out of your dang mind. But also, right, what was I going to say? Oh, one thing that I wanted to mention is like a lot of people don't fucking realize that when you are the most like prominent socialist figure in American media for almost a decade at this point, everyone is going to want to kill you. Everyone is going to find things that about your commentary, especially when your commentary is not only pro-socialist, but also anti-imperialist. And the thing that most people don't get about that is like, I see a lot of like younger content creators who will lean into some of these like attacks and they'll say like, oh, Hasan doesn't do anything. He just sits around in his fucking house and doesn't do anything. He's selfish. He's a sheepdog for the Democrats, all this stuff. And it's very funny because it's like one day, inshallah, you will also grow, okay? And you will get to a point where you won't just have, fans, but you will also have enemies. And then you will know. I hope when you get there, they don't also attack you in the same vicious ways that they've attacked me. And hopefully your fans, even if you do get attacked that way, hopefully your fans will be a little bit more understanding. But I guess that's the price of getting old. you start thinking like that.
Diplomatic efforts towards peace continue in the Middle East. Friday, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan all signed a new mutual defense agreement that would treat an attack on one country as an attack on all three. This, as U.S. officials say, a deal between Iran and Oman to reopen the strategic Strait of Hormuz is imminent. MTS Tayyab joins us with the latest. Good morning.
Kelly, Adriana, good morning to you. Well, we're tracking those two major developments overnight that really could reshape the Middle East. Now, as we've been saying, one offers the prospect of de-escalation with Iran, while the other could redrop the region's security map. First, after weeks of indirect negotiations, CBS News has confirmed a deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could come at any moment. Now, White House officials tell us that real progress has been made between Iran and Oman. And if commercial shipping resumes, the United States is prepared to lift Iranian ports, which allows for roughly 20% of the world's oil to start passing through the strait again.
There's something so funny about this, by the way. They've already started talking about alternatives. And there's a likelihood that this Turkey, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia commitment is more so than a security commitment, but instead one that will hopefully, from their perspective, find new routes to transit oil through underground pipelines. And the reason why they have to do that is because they've just given up on the strait. They literally, Scott Bessent straight up was like, we're done. The strait is cooked. Now, in the interim, there's not really much you can do about it. They can't really, there's a total realignment happening here. Very different security commitments taking shape right now. Largely because of America's incompetence, largely because America decided to lean into what Israel wanted, right? And everyone is pissed off. Everyone's frustrated. Everyone's angry. Here's the problem. Oil pipelines are oil pipelines can still blow up. Okay, that's number one. Two, it will take a decade to build these pipelines and start rerouting oil through said pipelines. So what are we going to do for a decade? What's the rest of the world going to do for a decade? So even if their goal is to render the strait to basically something inconsequential, there is not enough time to be able to accomplish this. There's simply not enough time to accomplish this. I think there's also a separate goal. Obviously, pipelines have limitations as well. Oil tankers, there's a reason why we still use oil tankers and not pipelines. The oil tankers are far more efficient. It's the most efficient mode of transit. You can put far more barrels on tankers and keep feeding them through the strait as opposed to the finite amount that can transit through these pipelines. But what's really interesting is what this spells. What this spells is America has basically realized it's lost the war. They haven't admitted it yet. I don't know what stage of grief we're at now, because we were in denial, and I think now we're bargaining, but we are certainly far from acceptance. We're in the bargaining phase where basically, Dan Cain has come out and openly revealed that we have to put an end to this. I mean, as you guys know, Dan Cain and many of the other generals in Trump's orbit were obviously never a fan of this action, but they followed through on it. There's also the military as an institution. I've talked about this before, where remember when I said no general wants to put their name next to a spectacular failure of a military campaign when they know it's most likely going to fail. Dan Cain was Trump's most loyal general. He was the highest ranking guy who was willing to do his bidding. And now, given the operational constraints, given the lack of tools that we have at our disposal to continue waging this war without tremendous cost, and by that I don't mean dollar signs. When I say tremendous cost, I'm talking about casualties. I'm talking about additional assets that we will lose. Because like I said, the only way to escalate going forward is when you've already depleted your Tomahawk missiles, your standoff munitions. You just have to throw pilots and fighter jets in the direction of Iranian anti-air defenses. It's not going to happen. It's too costly. it would be a heavy price, one that I don't think Trump is interested in paying. There is no secret sauce here. There's no secret weapon. There's no secret sauce. There's no alternative. There's only two ways out of this, which is de-escalation or escalation, and escalation has no guarantee. So Iran holds all the cards. Iran established primacy over the Strait of Hormuz, and Iranian allies, the Houthis, are causing a lot of trouble in Bab el-Mandeb, the other strait, in the Red Sea. In the process, we've lost, this is the most conservative estimate, $40 billion on the military operations, according to the Center for Strategic and International Studies report by Time Magazine. $26 billion allocated to munitions, including $18.5 billion in specific ammunition categories. And the equipment estimates are too low, says Amerikanets. They probably lost 35 Mark MQ-9s. That's $1 billion. Add in the AN/FPS 132 radar in Qatar, and you're already at their lower bound of $2 billion, including the MQ-4C tankers, F-35, F-15s, A-10s, helicopters, transport planes, E-3 Sentry, and all the other radars. Something he forgot was also the AWACS system. He also did not. I guess E3 is E3 AWACS. E3 is AWACS, right? Never mind. But he didn't mention the numerous Strato tankers as well. E3 is the E3 Sentry is the AWACS, but he didn't mention the Strato tankers. So there's the Strato tankers that got destroyed in the Al Udeid Air Base. There's the Strato tankers that got destroyed, or one of them basically landed without its radar thing up on its tail. Yeah, the one E3 is like, I think $500 million, 700 million. Someone said in the chat. These are very, very costly pieces of equipment. I mean, the AWACS stuff is really cool if you're a plane nerd. It's the aerial radar, but they're very, very expensive, and they take a long time to they take a long time to rebuild, to make new ones. Tremendous amounts of tech on those things. Okay, now add to that, yes, pilots being one of the Air Force and Navy's scarcest resources and not replaceable, even at any rate, say patriots, even if the military and Trump were willing to stomach human casualties. There's no operation where you can just send as many fighter jets as possible. Israel will not play a role in an operation like that without maintaining air superiority, guaranteed air superiority, not air supremacy, not like in the off chance that anti-air systems could pepper some of these planes. Like, guaranteed air superiority is a necessity for Israel to conduct their operations, because they're very shy about allowing their soldiers to die or get captured, God forbid. So there's just no shot. Or sorry, air superiority is the lower version of supremacy. I apologize. I upped the terms. Anyway, what's been really funny watching the American government try to push the Defense Production Act on Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, all these other providers to really improve their procurement strategies, to re-up and rearm the military has been really funny, because they just want the defense industry to conduct alchemy. The Pentagon is now giving defense contractors 21 days to come up with ways to dramatically accelerate weapons production as the Iran war continues to eat through U.S. stockpiles. Deputy Defense Secretary Steve Feinberg directed industry to propose faster delivery schedules, increase production, and investments in new manufacturing capacity. The scale of the depletion is significant. Now, what's funny about this also is that this isn't even for Iran. You might think this is for Iran. This is not for Iran. This is for American defenses going forward. They have to re-up and rearm so that they have sufficient missiles to defend the homeland. I think things are going to get very interesting as time continues, because it's a unit in and of itself. And as you recall, I've talked about how, as I mentioned earlier, generals don't want to put their name on certain missions, certain campaigns, because they care about that. But it's a bureaucratic process in and of itself. And I would go so far as to say the American military is probably the last remaining institution that kind of works in this fucking country. And unfortunately for them, let's be real, capitalism and enshittification has also taken root within the American military, specifically because so much of the military relies on private enterprise, whether it be defense contractors, whether it be the entire backbone of the ammo, everything comes from private industry. And private industry within the military industrial complex is filled to the brim with defense bloat. This is part of the reason why it's unbelievably costly, unbelievably slow. And if we're fighting an enemy, a foreign adversary if we're fighting a foreign adversary that's fighting a war of survival, it's very clear that we don't have the capacity to dominate them militarily. That's where we're at right now. So what they're demanding, what the American government is demanding, is basically alchemy. Okay, they're like, do magic, please. Just, find a way to materialize more missiles. I don't know how they would be able to do this. I don't know what the possible scenario here is. But given that the military-industrial complex is designed to yield tremendous super profits for a handful of, capitalist pedophiles, parasitic capitalist executives, I just don't think that they're going to follow through on this. I don't even know if they could follow through on this, even if they wanted to. But once again, all signs point to, I'm not going to say the M word, but all signs point to real problems internally in the military. And it's definitely getting to a pressure point. Okay. I just mean, I don't see this. I don't see them getting out of this situation at all. And once we move past the bargaining phase to the acceptance phase, once we get there, there's going to be a lot of shit slinging. Okay. There's going to be a lot of shit slinging because I don't think Dan Kane wants to carry the cost and the burden and the blame for Trump and Israel's war against Iran. Now, of course, you still got New York Post saying Trump's best option on Iran's nuclear program is to bomb the tunnel entrance of Pickaxe. In other words, a symbolic W. Pickaxe even deeper than the other facilities. The top U.S. general, Dan Kane, has recently sidebarred with some of those key like-minded Trump advisors in an effort to facilitate interagency coordination and ensure they are on the same page ahead of meetings with the president. The aim has been to make clear the limitations and pitfalls of the available military options, including those that do not involve putting U.S. boots on the ground, the sources said. Kane is coaching other people around Trump on how to properly explain to him that destroying Iran's energy infrastructure is a bad idea. All the while, Iran is obviously cutting side deals with Oman, and Iran has successfully dealt with Oman, basically de facto control over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran controls the entry and exit. Iran will not allow Israel or American ships or Israel or America connected ships to transit through the Strait of Hormuz unless they pay Iran, not a toll necessarily, which they are going to charge. I believe it's around 7%. That's the number that they arrived at for, an environmental fee, security fee, that kind of thing. But 7% of the cargo is the number that they arrived at. A processing fee, whatever you want to call it, doesn't really matter. You can call it a toll if you want. Yeah, Ticketmaster Iran, Ayatollah, Payatollah, that sort of situation. So Iran is not going to allow U.S. and Israeli ships to transit through the Strait of Hormuz, and everyone else is going to pay 7%. Now, of course, the initial Iranian toll before the Memorandum of Understanding or during the Memorandum of Understanding, ironically enough, was 2%. So every time they gain more leverage, they understandably increase their demands because that's how it works. This is precisely the reason why I kept saying it's time to pull out. And before we went in, I said, do not go in. And then after we went in, I said, pull out now. And yet everybody said, we got contingencies, little bro. It turns out we don't. Here are some of the other Iranian demands. The Strait of Hormuz will not be open until the United States corrects its behavior. Correcting behavior means never threatening Iran or insulting the sacred values of this nation in any language. That's funny, in any language. Ending once and for all any war and aggression against Iran and its allies in Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, and Iraq. Lifting the naval blockade and withdrawing its... See, they added Palestine. Before it was it was Lebanon. Now it's Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, and Iraq. Lifting the naval blockade and withdrawing its military forces, naval and air, from the vicinity of Iran, pulling out from the bases, which they, by the way, de facto have pulled out to a great degree because Iran just, blew up a lot of these bases. So Americans were forced to retreat anyway. A lot of their assets were panic shipped into Jordan, which then they started blowing up there as well. The rest will probably go to Israel, sit in a hangar there, fully compensating Iran for the damages caused by the too aggressive and imposed wars, lifting the unjust and illegal sanctions against the Iranian people, unconditionally releasing the assets that have been blocked and stolen from the Iran people. So this is pretty easy to understand. These were the demands. Ironically enough, these were also, I guess these demands were more reasonable during the negotiations process before America decided to decapitate Iranian leadership and execute IRGC high command. And then if you notice the trend, this is Iran's terms of surrender for America. Okay? These are the demands of the Iranian people, they say, who have voiced them for 160 days in the streets and squares. The Supreme National Security Council will never compromise, whether in war or negotiations. And especially since Iran said, we decide the tempo, and started striking at Jordan, an American lack of response to this, an American lack of response to these demands could cause Iran to start peppering Jordan again. New York Times, of course, covered this, saying Iran issues list of demands, dampening hopes of reopening the strait. This was, of course, Scott Bessent.
I think shortly, maybe even today, tomorrow, we are going to see an agreement, 30, 60-day ceasefire, and strait will be open. Energy prices should come down.
That was on August 7th. Here he is on August 4th, 3 days prior to August 7th.
There is a chance we may have a deal today or tomorrow to open the strait, and I think there is a chance we may have a deal today or tomorrow to open the strait.
Yeah, here's August 6th.
Move it along good.
Very good, very good, very good. So yeah, as I've said over and over again, Trump can manipulate the markets, but he can't out-yap a significant shortage of a hard commodity necessary for global survival that is traded on the global markets. It's just not going to happen. Donald Trump is destroying the world, but at least we're keeping our most important ally hopeful.
I think.
Let's see what Ben Shapiro's brilliant mind came up with yesterday.
There are things that could be done that range from striking their energy facilities and walking away to allowing our allies in the region, ranging from Israel to Saudi Arabia to UAE, to have oversight over these particular areas. I think we could probably just walk away, retain the sanctions, and then let the Europeans, Japanese, and Chinese deal with the Strait of Hormuz. I think the worst case scenario here is cutting up.
I don't like that Ben is also wearing the same fucking color suit as me. What the fuck is going on today?
Bad deal that ends with Iran in a position to rebuild with control over the strait. And that's the thing that I'm concerned about.
Well, you just said you would fucking relinquish control over the Strait of Hormuz to Iran, but you're then concerned about it. But what's really interesting is we have no say, Ben. We have no fucking say in the process, Ben. The question remains, you and what army? Are you going to go over there and open it?
Okay, are you concerned about it for both the welfare of the United States and Israel? Is there a nexus there? Because obviously Iran wants to wipe out every Jew on the planet.
Oh, God. Yeah, obviously. I mean, definitely. Dog, there are Jews in Iran. What are you saying, you fucking boomer?
So, I mean, obviously there's a crossing of streams there. My predominant interest is obviously that the United States wishes for there not to be a nuclear Iran. This is something that the president has said over and over again. Obviously, there are other allies in the region that are threatened by Iran, including Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, UAE, Kuwait, all of which have been active in this conflict. And so I think there sometimes is an attempt to say that the only interest in the region is the Israeli interest, and that if you are in favor of the president ending the conflict victoriously, it must only be on Israel's behalf. A strange contention, given the fact that I'm sure that if you asked Prime Minister Netanyahu what he would want, and you just, what would he want in a utopian world? The answer presumably would be the toppling of the Iranian regime using whatever possible force is necessary, which is not something that I've actually called for. So again.
Yeah. In my opinion, this is the best the Israelis are hoping for now. Blow another huge chunk of the remaining TLAMs and JSSMs on a blatant war crime. Watch Iran destroy all the oil infrastructure in the region in response and have the U.S. force retreat. The stupidest possible outcome for everyone but them. It would accomplish absolutely nothing towards the return of the previous status quo with Hormuz, but it sure would make Iranians suffer, which is what they're looking for. Yeah. That would be the worst option. Peak military right here. Is this winning? Oh, yeah. Iran is also, or The Guardian has said that Iran hopes to deal Trump a blow in the midterms. Iran has set out a protracted negotiation timetable designed to keep Donald Trump embroiled in Iran conflict until the midterm elections in the hope of inflicting the same ruinous blow on his presidency as Jimmy Carter suffered over the 1979-1981 U.S. embassy hostage crisis. Now, the difference there is Iran was in direct coordination with the Republicans at the time, okay? That was direct coordination with the foreign adversary. But of course, that was the Republicans. They get to do that. Can you imagine a world where the Democratic Party was through back channel coordinating with the IRGC? Just think about that world. What would the GOP would literally murder every Democrat in the country. They would just literally line up every Democrat and murder them. But it's funny because Trump will probably look to this and claim that the Democrat Party is cooperating with Iran anyway. Right now, more than 5,000 sailors and Marines are stuck aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln in the 9th month of a deployment that was supposed to last 7, supporting military operations against Iran that Congress never authorized. Their families are begging someone to listen. Moldy showers, broken toilets, no hot water for weeks, meals that came down to half a cup of rice and 2 tortillas, a ship's store out of soap, deodorant, and toothpaste. Sailors so worn down that according to one family member, the ship's own doctor warned they need to reach port soon or people are going to start losing their minds. Don't join the military. Do not join the military. I'm sorry to say, I told you. Do not join the military. Back in April, when families first raised the alarm, Pete Hegseth dismissed the reports as fake news. These are the people we asked to serve in one of the most dangerous workplaces on earth, the flight deck of a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. They and their families deserve answers. Furthermore, the U.S. was going to sell weapons to Iran during the Iran-Iraq War and use the proceeds to fund the far-right Contra rebels in Nicaragua. At the same time, they were supplying Iraq with WMDs. The Reagan administration genuinely just wanted to maximize deaths in the third world. Loma Fayao? Yes. Oh. So, things are going really well. Yeah, Kurt Mills has a funny take here. Of course, he says, not even a war of plunder, a simulated war of plunder. Big Oil told the president days after the Maduro raid that the country was nigh useless in the short term, aka Trump's term. The math here is a total fabrication and a fraction of the Iran war's cost, for what is worth, as any sort of offset. The total barrels of oil the U.S. has extracted from Venezuela since January is by any credible measurement less than the current U.S. exports in a week. Maybe even half or less than that. So we don't even steal right. We took their gold anyway. I guess that was the real plunder. Who doesn't want to join the U.S. military for free tortillas? Yeah, free tortilla night every night on the USS Lincoln. So a lot of Americans are not really paying attention to this shit. We obviously are. And it has been perhaps the most spectacular blunder that I have ever experienced in the last 13 years of my professional political commentary media career. I've never seen anything like it. It's actually it's unbelievable. I was in the military and tortilla night wasn't even every night. Well, now it is, but it's just rice and tortilla. A CSIS estimate cited by the Washington Post puts global Patriot inventories under 827, down from roughly 2,200 before the war, while THAAD inventories have fallen from 452 to fewer than 278. Now, we know for a fact, was this worse than Putin invading? Yes. Putin invading Ukraine was also a massive fuck up because there were other means of achieving said goals. But are you fucking kidding me? Yes, this is worse. You say no because like a lot more people have died. a lot more people have died. A lot more Russians have died. If you're thinking about it from the perspective of like Russian casualties, yes, it's horrible. But I would say because America is the hegemonic superpower, the amount of like America has to be the security guarantor of the entire world. America can no longer be the security guarantor of the entire world. After this is said and done, it won't even take a decade until the rest of the world has to recalibrate. It's already happening in front of our eyes. Even the region itself has started to recalibrate its security assurances. The Russian invasion was more of a tactical failure. Far more Russians died, whereas the American war in Iran was more of a strategic failure. Strategic aims were not met. It was a strategic failure, but also on top of that, I think that the American failure here is far more costly and far more severe in the long term because regardless of the casualties on the Russian side, from the Russian calculation, Vladimir Putin doesn't give a shit about his own people. And what he cares about is maintaining additional territory, which they were able to maintain, at least for the time being. Who knows how long they will be able to hold it. But Donald Trump didn't have to blow up Iran at all. And the Strait of Hormuz, like, here, I'll give you an example. You know what this would look like? If Russia was like, oh, we're invading Ukraine, and then they pushed all the way into Kiev, and then Ukraine pushed back so hard that they actually did the Kursk offensive, and then they started establishing forward operating bases inside of Russian territory. Okay? Like Donald Trump went in with this unnecessary blunder and literally fucked everything up in the process and lost tens of billions of dollars of assets in the region. Like the equivalence of this would be if Russia was like, oh, we're invading Ukraine. We're going to take Kiev in 2 days, special military operation. And then boom, Crimea is back in Ukrainian hands. You know what I mean? And they annexed it back. They took it back. They brought it back into the fucking national boundaries. Like that's what it would be like. And then also simultaneously we found out that like Russia's entire defense production is depleted. You know what I mean? Because like this is damn near a century of American military dominance coming to a close. I don't think a lot of people understand the significance of the events that are taking shape in front of our eyes. Like this is the American military doctrine, the American defense capabilities, the American force projection capabilities coming to a close in the way that we understand it. America going forward in the long term will not be able to maintain its militant posture. And everything that they do from this point on is going to be, one, less consequential overall. It's going to be smaller and smaller incidents, and they will still lead to larger and larger failures. This is the end of American imperialism in our lifetime. That's why I said what I said at Yale, at the Yale Union. In that speech that I delivered, I said, American empire is dying. It's ending no matter what we say. So it's up to us to manage that decline of American empire and to retreat from the world in a more equitable manner. So yeah, it's the end. It's not necessarily the end to the American empire, where the same thing's not said after the Vietnam War loss. This is very different than Vietnam, my friend. Vietnam was a 20-year occupation filled to the brim with war crimes. Okay? But the Vietnamese occupation was, one, backed by, obviously, much more powerful industrial forces that we were at war with, a broader, more consequential war, a Cold War. But outside of that, the Vietnamese War, America's invasion and occupation of Vietnam, did not penetrate American hegemony, did not deliver as devastating a blow to American military supremacy. I don't know. Maybe people's attitudes at the time were similar, but I don't think they were talking about how, like, we're running out of bullets. We're running out of bullets. We have basically shown all of our allies in the region and also beyond the region that American security commitments are not absolute. American security commitments are not real assurances of security, but an assurance, rather, that you will be victim to our adversaries in the process, and we will leave you behind. Like that's not sustainable. There was no calculation like that in Vietnam. There was no calculation like that in Afghanistan. There was no such calculation in Iraq. As a matter of fact, The energy problem that exists currently because of the Strait of Hormuz being shut off by Iran did not exist in any of those other situations. As a matter of fact, one of the first things that we did in Iraq was to secure the energy ministry. We secured the oil fields. We kept refining oil. So it actually didn't disrupt the oil refinement process in Iraq that much. That was the first goal. Vietnam certainly did not have, any oil or energy that was that the rest of the world was taking advantage of. The rest of the world was utilizing. So there's nothing that we've done that I can think of that is similar to what is going on here. You're saying palm trees, palm oil. Okay, palm oil is not the same though. Like Afghanistan is opium. It's not the same. It's not the same as 20% of the entire world's energy supply that transits through this choke point. Iran, in many respects, in retaliation to the American war of choice, turned this into a war of global consequence. We look at it from over here, especially due to our distance from the battle, and we think about it as not a world war, but the consequences are global. The consequences have been global, and we could not have a worse possible person to be the commander-in-chief throughout this process. I will admit, I've said in the past that, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump would be identical in terms of how they deal with Israel, but this is definitely different. I don't think there's any president, Republican or Democrat, that would do this. And I know for a fact that Joe Biden wouldn't do this because I'm sure that Joe Biden was pitched on this idiotic idea as well as George W. Bush, as well as Barack Obama, as well as Trump 1, probably. The goal for the global war on terror was to eventually do this. There's always a consideration for it, but no one would pull the trigger because everyone understood this is what would happen. So as much as I'd like to take credit for my foresight and act as though I'm so fucking brilliant for recognizing the inevitable catastrophe that this would generate. Everyone fucking knew this would happen. Everyone that's like even a little bit intelligent knew that this would happen. Everyone but Donald Trump. So yeah, there's no way out of this. Math problem. Russia produced ballistic missiles faster than the West can make the interceptors. So far this year, Russia's fired 650 ballistic missiles at Ukraine. That is more than the number of PAC-3 interceptors delivered worldwide all of last year. The only thing we know about Iran missiles and missile production is that DC and the media, relying on DC for figures, has wildly underestimated IRI missile numbers and capabilities, deliberately underestimated while also having no fucking clue. The perfect combo to encourage Trump. Yeah, all it took was for Donald Trump to have a successful military operation in Venezuela and then Israel to strike on that opportunity when he was riding high off his own fucking supply. That's where we're at. I seem to remember Cheney and Rumsfeld doing the same. North Korean nukes and ICBMs don't matter. They're irrelevant to us now. Cope routine after North Korea tested its first nuke. W simply stopped talking about North Korea and the axis of evil. No neocon talking point, no problem. Yeah. Yeah, an important lesson for all foreign adversaries of America to pay close attention to. You want sovereignty? You got to get nukes. That's it. HasanAbi doctrine for nation building. The Israeli military has directly informed CENTCOM commander Admiral Brad Cooper that Israel does not need approval or support from the U.S. to wage war against... Brother, UN what army? This is so funny. Good luck, man. That would be the funniest outcome. Israel decides we're going to do this on our own. Israel decides we're going to go our own way here. We're going to go the distance. We're going to start blowing up. We're going to start blowing up Iran. Donald Trump pulls out and then Iran retaliates against Israel. What are you going to do then? Israel is preparing for a unilateral strike on Iran as it concludes the U.S. is no longer willing to finish the war on its own terms. Iran has previously threatened to strike Israel's Haifa oil refinery in Tel Aviv directly as soon as Israel strikes Iran again, with Iran having broken the air defense layer in Jordan and other Arab countries in daily attacks over the last few weeks, allowing it to strike Israel more efficiently, and with Israel's own interceptor stocks now critically low, leaving it more vulnerable. You say nuke, but I've already stressed this position. Israel utilizing nukes and destroying the nuclear taboo, especially as not the United States of America, but Israel, will create a very different next day where Israel and America will be forced to separate. And what's even more interesting about this calculation is, and perhaps you guys don't understand this, even though I've repeated it over and over again, there is no guarantee that a nuclear first strike on Iran will actually force Iranian surrender. As a matter of fact, judging by how Iran has responded, judging by Iran's defense capabilities, judging by the reach that a nuclear weapon has, okay, there is a guarantee that Iran would go back to the Mosaic system and instead of striking the Gulf, would probably drop the nuclear equivalent of ballistic munitions on Israel. And this time, because there is no more nuclear deterrent, Iran would probably dump everything they have. They would mag dump Israel. I'm sure Israel understands this reality and perhaps would not utilize a nuke because it would mean the end of Israel. The end of everything, really. Because again, America has nukes. America has far better bunker busting munitions, like deep penetrative ordnance that they've deployed on Iran, on Iranian facilities. This has not stopped Iran. There is no nuclear weapon that could crater or penetrate deep enough that would be able to effectively destroy their missile silos that are deep underground. So the only thing a nuclear weapon could do is kill as many civilians as possible with one strike. Israel certainly has this capability. They could strike Tehran, Isfahan, numerous other densely populated areas, killing hundreds of thousands of Iranians in one go. But having said that, the facilities that are of military value are deep underground. So that wouldn't actually stop the Iranian strike capabilities at all. Iran's also a massive country. It just wouldn't, there's no way. Look, I never say never. Everyone's fucking insane nowadays, but I just don't foresee that happening. But then again, I will never be super confident in that kind of analysis going forward as it pertains to Vladimir Putin, as it pertains to Zelensky, as it pertains to Donald Trump, and as it pertains to, well, I guess Iran out of all of these parties is probably the most easier to understand. Iran is the most predictable party out of all of these global leaders, and so is China. The least predictable and the least rational parties would probably be Donald Trump, Benjamin Netanyahu, Vladimir Putin, and I would say even Zelensky doesn't get to be up there on the leaderboard as far as being insane. He's just kind of stuck. He's just kind of stuck in a really awful situation where he has to be just as insane as Donald Trump in order to gain favor from Donald Trump. That's why every now and then he does crazy shit like striking Iranian ships on the Caspian Sea. But yeah, we didn't have to get here. There were so many different moments where we could have turned this around. Turned this goddamn car around, dude. And we chose not to. Mr. President. Here, there you go. What happened? What did Myth say? Oh, guys, I officially have more airtime than Austin. Oh, yeah, Myth went flying with Murat. I know. Yeah. Murat flew Myth around. Shout outs to Myth. Austin is here and mad. What? Question mark. Okay, 92 beautiful months. God damn, bro. 92 months subscriber Austin show. That's fucking crazy. Yeah, man. Feels like still won't get in a simulator. Yeah, he's too busy flying real planes. But yeah. Trump is not going to be able to walk away from this Iran war at his own choosing. Still has no idea what world of shit he's in. Unfortunately, we're all in. It's true.
Achieve those 4 goals that we set out with. And the question you want to ask yourself is, what were those strategies and why did they fail? Now, what I'd like to do is I'd like to frame the discussion in terms of what I think are the 5 possible strategies that the...
My goat became a fucking YouTuber? Oh my God. Can we fucking collab, please? We are now colleagues. Okay? and maybe one day lovers. Professor Mersheimer, I am begging, now that you are a YouTuber, can we please collab? We are co-workers now. He don't got internet. Bro, he will not collab with me. I don't know why. I mean, he just doesn't respond. I've been asking. I love his suits. He got an AT&T sponsorship. Yeah. Reach out to his webmaster. I have.
The United States was presented with. And then describe what happened and then analyze why the strategies didn't fail. So I'm going to lay out the 5 strategies, that I'm going to describe what happened from February 28th up to the present in terms of employing those strategies, and then I'm going to analyze why they failed. Here are the 5 strategies. The first 3 involve air power, the 4th involves naval power, and the 5th involves land power or armies.
You know his YouTube gets better views than yours? Yeah, bro. 5 days, he already has 346,000 views on this bitch. God damn, every episode is a banger. I will subscribe to offensive realism, sir. I will believe your belief system, okay? Yes, I too believe it's a great power competition. I am no longer an anti-imperialist. Please. Sir. It's because he does gaming? Oh, really? Yeah, he's cooking me in viewpoints, dude. Look, view counts. Look at this. Roach King got banned. Fetterman leaves Jon Stewart in shock. 200K, 61K. This guy's a psychopath. Trump is losing his mind right now. Oh my God. We really got to do more like fucking boomer slop. This is crazy. Boomers, YouTube audiences love Trump is losing his mind type shit. China is done. Are you calling me a boomer? No, I'm not calling you a boomer. I'm not.
Diplomacy, it has to be said, is moving alongside continued conflict. Iran-backed Houthi forces have intensified attacks in Yemen, threatening Red Sea shipping, with United Nations warning the country faces its greatest risk of renewed war since the 2022 truce. Now, the second development sees Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan sign a mutual defense pact under which an attack on one will be treated as an attack on all 3. Now, it's tempting to call it a Muslim NATO, but I think that's premature. NATO, of course, has an integrated command and standing military structures. So far, this deal does not. But what it does do is it creates a formal security partnership linking Saudi Arabia's money and influence with Turkey's military and defense industry, along with Pakistan, which is the Muslim world's only nuclear-armed state. Now, for Washington, it broadly aligns with President Trump's goal of regional partners taking greater responsibility for their own security. The real question now is whether this remains a wartime pact or becomes the foundation of a new balance of power that could reshape the Middle East security landscape for the years ahead. Adriana.
A key question indeed. MTS, thank you so much.
As sources say, President Trump's top general, Dan Kane, who is the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has privately made clear to top Trump advisors that he believes the United States needs to find an off-ramp from the Iran war. Over the last few weeks, our sources say that General Kane has met key cabinet officials, including the CIA director, the Secretary of State, and the Vice President, warning that escalating this conflict could backfire and that the president's aerial campaign won't be enough to make Iran capitulate, something General Kane brought up during a hearing last month.
I think academically, as you look across the totality of history, air power's got limits, and we always have to be mindful of those.
Tonight is Beth Sanner, who is the former Deputy Director of National Intelligence. And Beth, when you hear this reporting about what General Kane is reportedly saying to Trump advisors about an off-ramp, what does that sound like to you?
I think it's, an accurate portrayal.
What is this? A Democratic strategist debates Will Cain defending Hasan Piker, saying Democrats should not disavow him, and says Nick Fuentes is much worse. She even defended Hasan Piker's America Deserved comment, saying it was clickbait. Yeah, the new meta from the Groypers is how jealous they are that like Democrats are coalescing around me, whereas the Republicans won't even coalesce around Nick Fuentes. Not realizing that, one, if I had Nick Fuentes' odious views, then the Democrats would absolutely disavow me. That's number one. And number two, the Democrats are not coalescing around me at all. What are you talking about? This would be the equivalent of James Fishback defending Nick Fuentes. The only people that like kind of defend me in media are the candidates that I work with that are a part of this movement. It's not my fault that Nick Fuentes' movement has yielded James Fishback, and that's it. Actually, it's probably a good thing. Yeah. Nick Fuentes had dinner with Donald Trump, by the way, just so we're clear. You know what I mean? Like, Nick Fuentes had dinner with Donald Trump. He's had access far greater than I ever could within the halls of power in the Democratic Party. That's part of the reason why they treat me as a significant point of opposition. It's ironic because the reason why they attack Nick Fuentes is not because he's anti-miscegenation or a neo-Nazi or even a Holocaust denier, really. It's because he's anti-Israel. And even then, he's kind of hot and cold on that stuff, too. But that's it. That's literally it. That's the only reason. If Nick Fuentes had all of the same viewpoints that he has, but then on top of that was pro-Israel, he would probably be a prominent fixture of Republican propaganda. He would be a part of the Republican propaganda apparatus because a lot of people don't understand, like, there is not a lot of daylight between Nick Fuentes' worldview and, like, Randy Fine's worldview. It's just Randy Fine is pro-Israel and Nick Fuentes is anti-Israel. They agree on damn near everything else.
Joining me now, Democrat strategist Madeline Somerville. Madeline, thanks for being with us here today. Is it your strategic advice that, yes, indeed, they should walk away from, disavow Hasan Piker?
I don't think they should completely disavow him. I think they should keep him at an arm's length. Here's why. The group of young men, the disaffected young men that are following along with Nick Fuentes, currently have no balancing on the other side, right? Nick Fuentes is much worse than Hasan Piker is, but he's been able to galvanize this group of young disaffected men who are angry. And the left needed that too. We need those folks to come out and vote. He's not saying anything that has been so terribly dramatic against Jewish people.
Is it your strategic advice that, yes, indeed, they should walk away from, disavow Hasan Piker?
I see you doing research. I am. I just saw a very long effort post this week. For the second time in my media career, I let my emotions get the best of me. I said something on TV that I didn't actually believe. On Will King's show, I was asked if I thought the Dems should denounce Hasan Piker and stop campaigning with him. I should have said yes. Instead, I defended Piker, which he didn't deserve. I did it because I was angry about the Islamophobia I was seeing everywhere, the false accusations and characterizations about Islam and Muslims in politics. I was thinking about how I would feel if someone I thought should have run for office because of my beliefs, and it made me defend al-Sayed, having Piker with him on the campaign trail. I didn't want to endorse the Sharia law propaganda. I was just tired of the narrative. So I was wishy-washy and said, don't get rid of Piker, just keep him at an arm's length. And he has said good things too. I said we needed someone like Piker to bring millions of young disaffected men back into the party. What I should have said is, Piker is not a good representative for the Democratic Party and has said heinous things I could never support. Of course, America didn't deserve 9/11. How could I even gloss over that? I'm deeply ashamed of that. I did, honestly. Just because the media is painting all Muslims in politics as dangerous doesn't mean I get to pretend that this particular person who happens to be Muslim didn't say some awful shit. I could have said, maybe young folks Piker brings in could learn something from Dr. El-Sayed, because the truth is that Dr. El-Sayed believes in human dignity, respect, and safety for every human being. Despite what folks may have heard, this is crazy. It's okay. I think she got a boss call. Please let me take this opportunity to be clear. I do not believe in compromising your values for the sake of winning. Nothing worded as compromising your values under any circumstance. I could have offered a nuanced explanation, but instead I allowed my anger and frustration to take over. I watch the people who watch me to be able to trust me. Wait, what? Why is she doing I'll do better? I mean, this is going to paint it in a very different light, but that's funny.
I don't think they should completely disavow him. I think they should keep him at an arm's length. Here's why. The group of young men, the disaffected young men that are following along with Nick Fuentes, currently have...
Wait, what? I'm not actually concerned with what any side thinks of my opinion. I'm just clarifying how I feel now that I thought through it clearly, and I offered Hasan plenty of grace publicly on TV, but I needed to be clear. Innocent Americans should not have been a terrorist attack on 9/11. There's no justification for it. I'm sorry. You guys shouldn't be mean to this person, by the way. Be kind and be gracious. Okay, it doesn't matter. What's done is done. She already defended me on Fox News. I believe America is complicit in horrible atrocities, but I do not believe in innocent civilians. Hasan Piker said it was justified. Wait, what? No, I don't. Wait, what? What the? No, I literally have the same take that she does. What the? Folks watching right-leaning news to know what Democrats still recognize the horror 9/11 was, and I sincerely disagree that any of innocence is justified for my client. Wait. For my conscience, I needed to make that clear. I'm not caving to anyone. I'm acting in accordance with my own beliefs. What the?
No balancing on the other side, right? Nick Fuentes is much worse than Hasan Piker is, but he's been able to galvanize this group of young disaffected men who are angry. And the left needed that too. We need those folks to come out and vote. He's not saying it's been so terribly dramatic against Jewish people.
I'm confused. I'm incredibly confused, Madeline.
I am too.
So your comparison of Hasan Piker to Nick Fuentes, would you please tell me which Republican candidates are currently campaigning with Nick Fuentes and which campaign stages he has appeared on with which?
James Fishback. But again, it doesn't really matter because I'm not Nick Fuentes. You know? That's the whole point. Also, Trump had dinner with Nick Fuentes. The idea of Meta evolving to defending you on TV, then disavow effort posts on social media would be hilarious. Yeah, I love that.
Candidates on the Republican Party?
Sure, that would be Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene.
What office, I'm sorry, Madeline, what office is Tucker Carlson running for?
Probably president or Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yes.
This type of game is not going to work.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean, Will Kane? Will Kane in the membrane. Have me on the stream, big dog. Come on. It's been weeks now. I would love to go on the Will Kane show, okay? Throw the gauntlet down. Will is my favorite Fox News guy because I always say he's secretly a communist because he just keeps having people on that unironically defend socialism pretty well. And not only that, but also he will just like put the platform, like the DSA platform on there and shit. And it's really funny because like the takeaway from that is supposed to be like, oh, I hate this. But the way Will does it, I don't know how. The way Will does it makes it feel like it's good. Like the platform is good. He's DSA's strongest soldier.
This rhetorical game of suggesting that a commentator and a commentator have a relationship, or a politician who no longer holds office has a relationship with Nick Fuentes. We are talking about a Senate candidate and a mayor, a sitting mayor of New York City, Zohran Mamdani and Abdul Sayed, who are campaigning side by side with Hasan Piker. There is no comparison. You have none. And to suggest that a commentator has a relationship with another commentator is you trying to play a rhetorical game that I don't think is fair to the audience.
I'm not saying that they have a relationship in any other way than he serves a similar function on one side. And what we're talking about in general is the political movements that are coming for the next election, right? It's relevant to talk about what Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene are doing. It's relevant to talk about what the DSA is doing.
I understand your rationale, and I'm trying to understand your rationale. Your contention is do not disavow.
He was not expecting, dude. Oh my God, this is a real media opportunity for anyone. Free ball. Just go up there and be like, you guys are being ridiculous about this dude. He's a commentator. He gets a significant amount of support from the disaffected masses that normally don't participate in American democracy. It's objectively a good thing that he's getting those people out there. You see the under 45 surge in turnout, in door knocking operations, in phone banking operations, all across the country. So it's very clear why a lot of left flank candidates find this to be useful, find an allegiance with him to be valuable. And the Abdul Al-Sayed victory is at least one of those examples. That's perhaps the reason why you guys are attacking him so much. Just anything along those lines to just be like, yeah, this guy talks for 20,000 hours. This guy's talked for 20,000 hours in his career. Of course, you're going to be able to find things. I can find things that you've said this past week that I find to be heinous. I saw this clip last week of this person lying to her face about Abdul. Oh, it's Batya, right? Yeah, I saw this as well. She was defending Abdul Al-Sayed, and then Batya was like, well, don't you feel Abdul Al-Sayed has said that no Jew should ever hold office or something. I saw this clip and she was like, what? That's an insane thing to say. I feel so embarrassed that I defended Abdul Al-Sayed. Like Batya straight up lied to her face. Bunger of a cod. Straight up was just like, well, don't you think it's really up that you're defending Abdul Al-Sayed when Abdul Al-Sayed said no Jew should ever hold elected office? That's like, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but it's not that off base as to what she said. Bunger of a cod.
Val Hasan Piker. Why? Because there are voices on the right reaching young men. There are voices on the right reaching sections perhaps of the voting base saying things that you, I would presume, consider particularly radical. And your response to that is find a radical antithesis, find a radical response. And no matter who that is, and in this case, it is Hasan Piker. And that suggests that you have no moral mooring. You have no anchor, no nothing. If the opponent in your mind is reaching some audience, your response is find something equally as radical to reach that audience.
My response.
It's not. There's no equivalence between myself and Nick Fuentes. This is what the problem is. Like, in some respects, I would say that the broader, the broader movement of like the Republican Party is somewhat closer to Nick Fuentes in ideology than the Democrats are broadly to my ideology, right? Socialism. Because there is this friction. There's this permanent friction, antagonism between liberal capitalism and socialists, right? I guess social democracy is the closest you can arrive at managing that friction, which is part of the reason why most of the socialists, if not all of the socialist electeds, actually run on a platform of social democracy, higher degrees of socialization, with an idea of like, you know, moving in the direction of socialism later down the line. However, there's definitely less ideological friction between Nick Fuentes' odious worldview and Donald Trump's. It's just Donald Trump is not going hard enough as far as what Nick Fuentes wants. He wants to, you know, create a white-only, white Christian nationalist country. And Donald Trump is not going to do that, obviously. No American president is going to do that because it actually harms the interests of capital if you were to deport that many people that fast. However, there is also one thing that Nick Fuentes has done his entire career, which is openly lean into Holocaust denial, openly lean into being a neo-Nazi, defending Adolf Hitler. There is no moral equivalence on the left to doing so, no matter how hard liberals try. Liberals could turn around and say, no, what are you talking about? Mao Zedong, Stalin, all of these people, they're exactly the same as Adolf Hitler, if not worse. But the reality of the matter is there's no academic response. Like, anyone who is well-read enough understands that there is no comparison between the two, okay? You can disagree with communism. You can disagree with socialism. There's many different ways of doing socialism. There's many different ways of doing communism. But at the end of the day, fascism is something entirely different. Fascism requires the cleansing, the ethnic cleansing of the outgroup, okay? Whereas under different socialist formations, different degrees of socialization, and certainly with democratic socialists, like to abide by a process of reforms in the direction of achieving socialism. I don't know if it'll be successful, but that's what democratic socialists are trying broadly, okay? And especially at this formation, it's just basic social democracy. So there's no equivalence between the two, because I don't really know a lot of active socialists and communists in the United States of America, especially, that won't say the excesses are real, the violence was real, right? I mean, some people say, oh, it's authoritarianism, and like leave it at that. There's actually many anti-communists that are both in DSA and all around, especially in the Western world. I guess like there is no demand from me, at least, to do something that Nick Fuentes is trying to do, which requires tremendous amounts of violence and the death and destruction, or at least the ethnic cleansing of an entire subsect of the population. None whatsoever. So at a certain point, no matter what happens, you end up yelling at a guy who just wants to fucking give Americans health care, wants to stop endless militarism. Whereas on the other side, the person that you're comparing me to is a Holocaust denier and is writing for concentration camps, death, destruction, genocide for our neighbors that live here in the same way that it once happened in Nazi Germany. It's ridiculous. That's the reason why, guy who said your body, my choice. on Trump's election night. Like, I'm a guy who fucking promotes Jeffrey Epstein. Like, his merchandise is the Jeffrey Epstein merchandise. There's no comparison. That's why the comparison I use is, you know, to Charlie Kirk. And even then, there's significant differences between myself and Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk worked within the confines of the Republican Party. I work outside of the Democratic Party. So there's that as well.
Is find something equally as radical that's still good, that's still moral. I finished my first commentary by saying he is not saying anything that I believe endangers Jewish people. He said that yes.
Yeah, this is shocking for Will Cain, because he'll now run the ADL checklist. Okay. My criticism is on Israel and Israel only. Okay. It's on Israel's actions. I, as a matter of fact, do the only non-anti-Semitic thing in my commentary that seemingly defenders of Israel and haters of Israel actually don't do, which is tie Israel to Judaism. Okay? I don't do that. I don't believe that a nation state represents the entirety of a religion. I think that's fucking ridiculous. Israel is not a representation of Judaism, no more than Saudi Arabia is a representation of Islam. Neither are correct. Israel does not represent Jews in the same exact way that ISIS does not represent Islam.
I have heard him say many times that he believes in the dignity of the Jewish people. I'm Jewish myself, right? And I've heard yesterday or a couple of days ago.
What do you say to the fact that he says America deserved 9/11?
What the fuck does that have to do with Judaism, Will Cain? Like, he went from Hasan doesn't endanger Jews to like, well, what do you say about America deserved 9/11? Fucking boomer. He had to hit the ripcord. He was, well, what about 9/11? The fuck does that have to do with Jews, man?
His own daughters.
What about when he says America deserved 9/11?
I think that was clickbait. In the same way that Donald Trump had dinner with Nick Fuentes, right? He knows that it's clickbait. It's BS. It's not the real policy. It's not what's actually happening.
There's a trove of these things. Unfortunately, that's the only one I can pull off the top of my head from memory. There are other videos. They're coming out day by day of things that he has said. And the newsworthy item here is not that there is a commentator out there on the internet saying something wild, but that there are Democrat candidates who have decided to go arm in arm with that person out on stage, to have that person campaign with him. And of all the things that I've been surprised by today, I think the only one that surprises me is you saying no, don't disavow that. Why? Because you got to reach those voters.
I didn't say get rid of him completely, and I didn't say bring him up with you. I said keep him at an arm's length. You need their attention. The most valuable, to all of your viewers, the most valuable commodity in the entire world is your attention, right? I'm not saying that you need to compromise your principles in any way. I'm saying that is he disliked by some people? Yes, but it's not compromising your principles to have him with you. Has he said some crazy things? Yes, but he said some really good things too. That's why he has something like 10 million followers, right? And you need the attention of those people. It's the same game that's being played on the right that's been played many times. The whole Groyper movement was who voted for Donald Trump in the first place in the first election. That's how this works. You don't have to compromise your values. You just have to make sure you get everyone's attention.
Donald Trump won the presidency 2 times. He ran the presidency 3.
Oh, so then it's okay. Never mind, dude. Okay. So if the candidates that I fucking lock arms with end up winning their elections, will you shut the fuck up? Because I can point to one candidate that I locked arms with that won his general election. His name is Zoran Mamdani, and you haven't shut the fuck up since then. So what's up?
3 times, record votes 3 times. Not because he got the Groyper movement. He won that because he got union workers, former Democrats, the widest ideological.
I wish she never apologized for this. This was perfectly fair. She even says, like, keep him at an arm's distance. She must have gotten a boss call or something. I mean, I think this was a pretty normal fucking response. It's correct. I can't believe you have to apologize for saying correct things. Yes, the totality of my output is clearly one directional. And that is the reason why it is always people to my right that are fucking chirping. The totality of my output is left economic populism, okay? That's what I want. I want Medicare for all. I want universal child care. I want a federal jobs guarantee. I want better labor protection. I want to bring back manufacturing into this country. I want to end all of our wars. I want to use all of our productive output on ourselves and not in endless wars of profit and plunder at the behest of capitalist pedophiles. I want to abolish ICE. I want to hold the police force accountable. I want police to do their jobs. I want to dramatically change our carceral structure so that we actually have a lower rate of recidivism, so that people can integrate back into society after they've done crimes. I want to rebuild and repair our infrastructure. These are not concepts that are radical, no matter how hard you try to present them as radical. And as a matter of fact, the real fear here is that most Americans also agree with these concepts. That's the reason why they have to turn it into something insane. None of the things that I just said is fucking woke, okay? Most people, if you were to ask them, do you agree with these values? Do you agree with these policies? They would say, yes. Yes, absolutely. This is the majority position. But we can't have a normal and sincere conversation around these sorts of positions because those positions compromise the profit of corporations. The profit margins of corporations are absolute. That's the only thing that these mercenaries in the DC bubble, the consultants, the media class care about, being loyal servants to capital. And therefore, they do everything in their power to disparage. They do everything in their power to smear people who are saying these sorts of things. That's it. That's why you have to hyper-focus on choice quotes and bastardize my worldview, you know? Because you can't have a normal conversation. That's also precisely the reason why these guys don't want to have me on their shows. Because I think deep down inside, they recognize that while it would make for great television, it would actually destroy the image that they are cultivating of me, right? Because if we were to have a normal back and forth conversation, they would understand that these positions are endlessly agreeable. And not only that, but very popular. And it's not a secret. I know that this has been successful. I know that this has been popular because my community has a bunch of people who are former Trump Republicans, people who have voted for Donald Trump in the past, people who found themselves in the right-wing rabbit hole. That's why I know. I know it works. I know it's effective. They cannot tackle the message, so they try to disparage the messenger. They try to make you into someone that no one should listen to. This is an unserious guy. He's a dangerous terrorist. This is a dangerous radical. Don't listen to him. He doesn't have your best interest at heart. Meanwhile, it's actually these mercenaries that don't have the best interest of the American public at heart. Totally ridiculous stuff.
Spectrum of voters in a generation.
Exactly.
That's why he won the presidency. You keep dismissing is it because he somehow gathered some radical online fringe that you're now cultivating. You said one true thing today that I do think is sad, that the modern American currency is attention. Yes. It's even sadder.
Dog, you're a Fox News host. You know that. You live it every day of your life. Yeah, it's sad. You made it this way. You know what I mean? This motherfucker is staring at a house fire with a Molotov cocktail in his hand going, oh man, what a sad state of affairs this has been, huh? Who's burning down the house?
That your antidote to that is to say, yeah, whatever it takes. Let's get everyone's attention on our way to the Senate.
I do not believe that you should do whatever it takes. I do not believe that you should compromise yourself. And I think that the only thing that gets people elected these days is courage, period. So let me be clear.
Well,
I am not saying
courage would be saying Hasan Piker should be disavowed.
Problem. That's what I'm saying.
Courage, I would hope, from Democrats, and I think that some other Democrats feel the same way, according to this reporting from Puck, is disavowing anyone that says America deserved 9/11. Listen, Madeline, this was a sincere conversation. It wasn't my attempt at cable news gotcha. Surprised by some of your answers, and I appreciate you having the conversation.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it.
All right, coming up.
It's kind of crazy. He was just like, he's like begging her. He's like, please, why won't you disavow him? What do you mean defend him? Well, now we know. The real antidote that really breaks these guys is defense. I feel bad that she did that. Or I feel bad that she was forced to apologize. Hasan mentioned in a funny video. What is this?
Has gone socialist. They've gone commie cuckoo. My question is, What happened to the Democratic Party of 10 years ago? Barack Hussein Obama is a Muslim socialist. Joe Biden is an Irish car-bombing commie bastard. Barack Obama or Che Guevara? Both sound ethnic in a way I don't like. Hillary Clinton is a socialist. Hussein. Joe Manchin is a communist. Obamacare? More like commie-care. Here to discuss, Meghan McCain. What happened to the party of Bill Clinton? Today, President Obama only drone-struck 12 children, begging the question, is the president fighting for U.S. or fighting for ISIS? James Carville is a socialist. Here to discuss is the senator from Pennsylvania, John Fetterman.
Is Israel good, Hasan?
The Democratic Party is